Hello friends, this is Akul Mike Live and I'm Chandrakant, and today we want to discuss about the changes that we might have to make in our work environment in order to cope up with the changes which are happening in the industry. And friends, this is a live show. You can send your questions or comments from whichever part of the world, from whichever social media you are watching this program. Your name will be displayed straight away on the screen, and we can take your name and answer your question. To discuss this subject about what changes we have to make, which is the future of works, I'll be joined by a very special guest. His name is Neval Gun. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited, joining us from UK. So without further ado, let's welcome him. Good morning, Neval. How are you doing?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, we've got an interesting subject for you today. We've been talking about this for many years now, but now there's more definitive research over what is about the future world of work, what people need, what skills they need, where they can improve, how they can make themselves ready for their first move or their next move. So, CK, interesting subject today?
Yes, Neval, it is quite interesting because it affects all of us. And right now, because for almost 1.5 years, the entire population in the world has lived under some sort of lockdown. And therefore, it has made some permanent changes, the changes which are going to stay for long in the way we do business. And that is why the discussion is required on this. What changes? How do we change our ways of working? And how do we succeed? Because I think this is the starting point of Industry 4.0. So over to you, Neval. Your comments, please.
Well, there's been several studies over the last few months, but one of which is particularly referenced in the world of business is one from McKinsey and Partners. And what they've researched over the last 5 or 6 months now, through some fairly extensive exploration of what's happening around the world, is they've come up with 4 categories where we should be focused on specific skills that we need for the future world of work. And not surprisingly, one of those categories is digital. Another one is interpersonal. Another one is self-leadership. And another one is cognitive. And if you put them all together, it spells DISC. But not as in the DISC personality review that many of you have done. This is a bit of a play on those words, I suppose, on that little phrase. And it's digital, interpersonal, self-leadership, and cognitive. So those are not surprising categories, are they, CK?
Not at all. In fact, these are the categories, and definitely we need to migrate into all these. We need to sharpen our skills because there may be some new skills required, Neval. I think these are definitely very important categories.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And living in the digital world, let's start there. Let's just break that down into 3 subject headings. So there's digital fluency and citizenship, which includes digital learning, digital ethics, which is a subject very close to my heart, digital collaboration, that word collaboration coming in again, and literacy. And then there's a second category in the digital arena called software uses and development. So it's programming literacy. All of those programmers out there that have now learned Python over the last few years, We're going to be needing to learn other arenas like no code, which is coming up on the rails, in which case you can quickly put apps together. But data analysis and statistics is included in that, and computational and algorithmic thinking. So that's software use and development and understanding digital systems. So it's the data literacy, understanding data. Where does it come from? How do you use it? Where do we put it together? Why do we put it together? And cybersecurity, of course, comes into this arena. So digital plays a really big part in the future world of work. So all of you budding computer literate IT geeks, if you like, there's plenty of jobs going to be available out there, just if you focus on that skill set. But that's not all, is it, CK? You can't just focus on being a digital geek or a whiz kid or a data analyst. You need to have other things, don't you?
Well, Neville, if you remember a few weeks back, we did a show on TQ, which is about the digital question, which is similar to IQ, but much higher level, where the digital is added to your overall intelligence. So if you may be a very intelligent person, but if you don't know how to operate digitally in the digital world, then during the advance of Industry 4.0, you will not succeed. So that is why it is important to be digital right now. At least this is a starting point, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. It is a starting point. But now we're going to be talking about the three key areas to me that have been sadly lacking in any schooling system and any educational system that we've got around the world. Because these are not academic subjects. And in many respects, then they could be made academic if the hierarchy in education start to think in a different way. In other words, recognize that these are core to a young person's success. It's how they're going to succeed in the next 20 odd years. You know, I'm a little older than a young person. And I learned these skills very, very early on when I was probably in the Scouts or in the Cub Scouts when I was 5 or 6 years old. They were incredibly important then, and they're even more important now, but they're so often forgotten. So let's deal with them. Interpersonal skills. And McKinsey break it down into 3 different sections. They call about mobilizing systems, developing relationships, and teamwork and effectiveness. So let's look at the one where businesses really do grow, okay? Teamwork and effectiveness. How to collaborate, how to foster inclusiveness, diversity, resolving conflicts, empowering other people, and coaching others along with coaching yourself. All of these are critical skills, and that's just looking at teamwork. If we now look at developing relationships, well, what about empathy? What about empathetic leaders? We all talk about leaders having empathy. What does it really mean? But they need to inspire trust as well, and have humility and be sociable. You know, gone are the days where the boss sits in the door and it's slammed shut and don't knock on the door unless you've got an appointment. You know, those are the 60s and 70s. They are long gone. You know, we need open door policies. We need leaders that are acceptable to the team. And that means you being a team member and a team leader yourself. So everyone's a leader. We've then got what they call mobilizing systems, which is a fascinating phrase. I have no idea what it means, frankly. But what they talk about is role modeling, the win-win negotiations, you know, how to craft an inspiring vision. I don't really understand how that is a mobilizing system, but being a visionary and being able to cultivate that vision across the team. And being aware of how the organization is changing, so, and how you need to make that change. And that's just, again, we've only just touched the very tip of the iceberg. as we would say normally, and the interpersonal. But then we move into self-leadership. Now, notice some of the things I talked about in interpersonal were about leadership, but they now specify a separate category called self-leadership. So this is about you leading yourself. Have you got integrity? Are you motivated? What about your confidence? Have you got self-confidence? How big an item is self-confidence, CK, in your world?
Well, I think it is a very, very important aspect. It is not affecting the younger kids because I think they are very fast learner. As you keep saying in your narration most of the time that we should learn from kids. So the kids are learning Zoom, they are learning how to interact, how to make presentations. I think the problem lies in the middle-aged and older people. Some of the career are still going on, especially 30 plus people. And that is where the problem is. And I think they are having a lot of trouble in nurturing these skills like leadership on the digital platform. They may have a leadership in the physical world, but nobody knows them now. They have to learn these new tricks. So that is why this, these things that you're talking about, and it has come in McKinsey's report, are very, very important for the generation which is working right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. What we have is we have a young generation, your children, for instance, that are fearless. They fear nothing. The digital world, they haven't grown up with the Microsoft manuals that are now, frankly, if you could get hold of a Microsoft manual, it'll be in someone's archive somewhere, or probably as a doorstop opening the door. They were so big. You don't have a manual for your iPhone or your Android. It basically says, well, scroll left, scroll right, get on with it. Press here, press there. And you literally are led through it. It's so simple. And as I say, young children know no better. So they're not only growing up in the digital world. Interesting enough, I grew up in the digital world. It's still changing. But they know nothing more than literally swipe left, swipe right, swipe up, swipe down, click here, big screen, small screen. It's incredible what they're learning. So their levels of self-confidence using technology grow because through use. And that's how you build confidence, by the way, everybody. You build it by keep doing something. And when you do something and you do it well, you feel good about it. And that actually builds your confidence. But the thing is, if you do something and you don't do it very well, take that as a lesson and do it better next time. So have the confidence and the courage to move forward. Once again, I'm sticking to the letter C because I like the letter C when it comes to personal development, because there are so many fantastic words in the C category. And indeed, McKinsey's have captured hold of them. As I see, they also use driving change, having the courage to do things, but also feeling good about yourself and having persistence and coping with change. So all of these are in the self-leadership arena. We talk about these all the time, but the reality of life is very few of us are really good at it. But in the darkest times of an entrepreneur, and we'll focus on entrepreneurs now, you need self-leadership. You need the courage and conviction and all of those other wonderful words and the commitment to do things. So self-leadership, I'm really pleased McKinsey have brought this out as a separate item from interpersonal skills, because it really is it's a deal breaker, frankly. These are not necessarily hard to do, but they may be difficult. So if you've never done them before, they're going to be difficult. But they're fairly simple to explain, as McKinsey go into some pretty detailed explanation of what they are. And then let's go on to the other arena, the cognitive skills. I like to call these thinking. You know, how do we think? Why do we think? What are we thinking about? A lot of people call this agile thinking. Um, don't like the word agile because it's now being sectioned out as a specific way of doing things. Well, being agile is just like an athlete having agility on the dance floor. You know, putting in, if you're a dancer and you're having to learn a new dance, you're going to have to be agile and adaptable. You know, there you go. Two A words you can get hold of there, CK, today. We've moved away from the C's, but critical thinking, looking at the logic, the reasoning, the understanding, and seeking relevant information, making sure that you're not getting fake news. So it's having that resilience internally of saying that doesn't look right. I'm not sure I believe that, because if you start to question those things, you can go and seek out other areas and find out the truth. And a lot of young people are fed, as we are fed all the time on the news, we are fed what the news want to tell us. We need to actually be our own journalists and ask those questions: why, when, what, how, etc., etc. So these are fantastic, fantastic. Well done, McKinsey's, for doing something really rather progressive in this scene, splitting out 4 very specific categories and then going into the detail. And they've gone even further. They've actually put some deltas across this. So the skills you really do need to have, you know, in preference to others. So although they've given you a definition, they're really saying the other skills, you know, do this one in preference to doing that one, which in some respect is where STEM is: science, technology, engineering. I'm going to throw one in here: art and maths. So STEAM, the STEAM categories, the 10 STEAM categories that all young people know about, but don't necessarily really understand what they're for. But if they don't understand it, this is what they're for. It's actually to get you a better job, to get you the best job, to be a really good team player. And that's what businesses want these days. You know, they don't want mavericks to go out on their own at the age of 21, 22. You know, these raw graduates that join companies. They want you to be a team player. They want you to work with others. They want you to collaborate. And all of these great skills, as I say, digital, interpersonal, cognitive, and self-leadership, are really there for you to understand. We'll put this picture on the blog, so you can actually download it, you can look at it, you can read it, you can do what you like with it. But the most thing is, realize that this really is for you. This is what you should be doing and looking at if you're going to be a leader of tomorrow. So, bit of a world round trip here today, and anyone in any country. This is not specific to East or West, developed or developing. You're going to need this wherever you are, whether you're going to be an enterprising employee or an enthusiastic entrepreneur. You're going to need all these skill sets. So now's the time to start learning them. Don't put it off. 10 minutes a day, that's all you need to do for the rest of your life. Just delve in. And there's so much written about this stuff that all of a sudden it will start to be, you'll understand it, and you'll create your own path that's going to be useful for your journey. I hope that's been useful today, CK. I'm animated and excited about this particular research because it's probably some of the best research that's been done in the last, well, probably this decade, frankly. And maybe for the last 2 decades. So yeah, it's good to rave about something that's very good, very progressive, and interesting enough, it falls into line with everything else. The World Economic Forum have been saying the same thing for about 4 or 5 years. If you look at SDGs, all of these underpin the SDGs. Without these, SDGs are going to fail. So been excited. This is an exciting subject. We do talk about it quite often because that's my day job. So I hope this has given a little bit more involvement, excitement, interest around the subject, CK. And I would, if I were you, being a parent of young children, I would print this off, a big A3, I'd stick it, I'd stick it on their bedroom wall and let them play bingo and tick off each one on a daily basis. There you go. There's a little job for you.
Well, Neville, I think you rightly said, and I think I would like to talk to the viewers right now because the McKinsey report has just come, a couple of days back. But Neville has developed a fantastic system, and he's at it for years, actually helping future leaders through his YP2G program. So many people are not aware. I think the excitement is very visible because now you're vindicated. Your whole ideology is vindicated because McKinsey is now talking about it. So I think you're already doing that in some way or the other, and your intention is to help create as many leaders as possible across the world. I think that is your agenda. And the digital skill are basically a great leveler. Whoever you are, if you are a billionaire, millionaire, if you don't have digital skills, that is of no meaning. So I think leadership, digital skills, and some of these items are very, very important, very critical, Neval. So last point, Neval, would you like to tell very briefly our viewers about YP2G program?
Well, thanks for the plug, CK. And yes, I'm absolutely passionate about this, and YP2G comes out of this thing behind me. In the MindFit world, I work with the C-suite, the chief execs, CIOs, etc. In other words, the senior management of the organization. And we help them be the best they can be. But what I found, in fact, during my real career, when I had a proper job working in the oil and gas industry, what I found was lots of graduates were being brought into the organization without these skills. This isn't rocket science as today. As you say, I've been doing YP2G for a number of years now, but I'm also doing MindFit, which is doing exactly the same thing. We are developing the self-leadership. We are developing the interpersonal skills. We're developing the cognitive skills. And in essence, what we're doing is helping people develop into a can-do. And as you can see in the background, you've got three options. You can be a can-do, a can't-do, or a won't-do. And the reality of life is that if I were to ask you a number of questions, we could create a triangle of where you are on the map. And hopefully you're not at the bottom, you're actually pushing towards the top. But the reality of life, and again, McKinsey do this research as well as Gallup, only 10% are up in the top. 90% of the world tend to be in the can't do, won't do. And in the corporate world, we call that behavioral waste. But for young people, what we're doing is we're helping you develop a can-do attitude. Because if you get that early on in your career, you're unstoppable. And what do I mean by can-do? Well, I'm going to take McKinsey's 4 elements, but I'm not going to talk about digital. The cognitive, thinking, how to think appropriately and effectively. That's what a can-do person is. Are you driven by a real sense of purpose? So what's your purpose in life? Is your purpose aligned to the business purpose, in which case you've got a great job? What about your people element? Can you connect effectively with others? And the last thing is you. What about your resilience? Are you resilient and competent? And those are the 4 things we talk about. McKinsey have tapped into 3 of those 4, and they've tagged on digital. So, yes, you're absolutely right, CK. We're completely vindicated by what we do, but frankly, we didn't need to be vindicated. We knew we were right. All the research had been done before said this is the way to go. What I would like to give a shout out now is to, there's lots of education systems out there. Embrace what McKinsey are saying. Talk with us. We're quite happy to make YP2G part of your mainstream. It's not hugely expensive. It doesn't have to be expensive. But the main thing is any practice makes permanent. And it's the right practice that makes perfect. And through YP2G, what we're trying to do is help you develop the right practice. To be confident, because you'll win every time. Understand the feeling of winning. Now, that isn't beating other people up, by the way. That's that inner success. Yes, I've done it. It's what the athletes do all the time. We've got the Paralympics going on currently. And if you've ever seen any Paralympian, you wouldn't believe that they're doing the feats they're doing. It's quite amazing. And they've just followed the Olympics, which are, in essence, the able-bodied games. So these people have got drive. They've got resilience. They're looking at performance. And that's what YP2G is all about. And the younger you do it, the longer you have it. And it's as simple as that. So put away your video games for 10 minutes a day and come into the YP2G arena and have some fun. Because believe you me, if you improve your interpersonal skills, I bet your gaming skills go up as well. So there you go, CK. It's a knock-on effect. Those that have a can-do attitude actually do better at school. Teachers know that. They don't need to do research on it. And that doesn't make you an A-star student, by the way, but it makes you achieve the best that you can achieve and then move on. Because life's a journey. You know, it's a marathon, not a sprint. How many times have you heard that in your lifetime?
Well, Neville, I think this is great, and the viewers got the message today. So viewers, if you want to sharpen your digital skills, or you want to become a can-do person, you want to become the leader of the future, you must come back to Mr. Neville. He will guide you, he will tell you, he will turn into you into a great leader. So I think with this positive note, we can end our discussion today. And we will catch up with you, Neville, on something more interesting in future, as usual. I'd like to say goodbye for today. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live, and my name is Chandrakant. Today's video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More on that in a while. SpaceX is a company that is not afraid of trying new things, and this is why it is so of their competition also. I mean, so ahead of their competition, like Jeff Bezos of Blue Origin, etc. And they are actually ahead by several years. It will take several years for competition to catch up. For example, while other spacecraft manufacturers are still struggling to copy SpaceX lead in a reusable rocket technology, SpaceX is already on its way on an insane idea, which is catching the rocket mid-air. Well, the technology of catching the rocket mid-air is ridiculous as it sounds, but will be built in a super heavy platform. The rocket will blast the Starship into the orbit. So before we continue, a word from our sponsor.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Welcome back, friends. And even before we start our discussion today, we have a viewer who's saying hi. So hi, Sayed. If you have a question, you can shoot out live, because we are live right now. And viewers, whichever corner of the world you are, from whichever social media platform you're watching us, you can actually use the chat function and post your comment and questions to us. So continue further. The technology of catching rocket midair is ridiculous as it sounds. And it will be built by for super heavy platform by SpaceX, the rocket that will blast the Starship into the orbit. So you can imagine these are really very big things that we're talking about, and also upon landing, catching them mid-air. So today in Akulmek Live, we will explore the edge the SpaceX gained from its secret but groundbreaking weapon of catching the super heavy in the air. So when I say super heavy, it is by far one of the largest spaceship has been manufactured by SpaceX. When other rocket makers think of reusable rocket, they think of landing the rocket on the land or out at the sea. For example, the New Shepard, that blasted off Jeff Bezos and his companions to space, that returned to Earth, landed on 4 spindly legs while the whole world held its breath and hoped nothing went wrong. Even SpaceX Falcon 9 booster lands in the same manner after going through through various staging. The booster begins to fall through atmosphere, and a cold gas thruster near the top of the rocket flips the rocket around so that it can face up while landing on the Earth. The stage engine fires briefly, next to slow down the flow of the booster. As the stage approaches its target, the leg deploys, and in this very final phase of the descent, the 3 of the 9 Merlin engines fire once more, last time, for what SpaceX called the booster backburn. The stage slowly but eventually almost hovering as it makes a soft touchdown on the floating platform or on the ground below. The whole landing is automated, and the crew only watches with folded arm as the drama unfolds. However, in the next step, SpaceX is pushing the boundary by not letting the super heavy come to rest on legs, but catch it midair on a tower using the fins of the super heavy. The fin on the super heavy will serve multiple functions while descending. The fins will fold and unfold to help carry out maneuvers required to set the super heavy upright. The boosters will then come to rest on a pair of arms that will be attached to the orbital launch mount. The arm will be able to move both sideways and upwards and downwards so that they can adjust to fit the booster. The booster will be caught sideways to the launch tower of Macazilla, as the Elon Musk prefers to call it, and it will prevent any harm to the tower in case of something goes wrong. The booster will then be lifted into its mount in anticipation for the next launch. Musk has confirmed that the ship, which is the upper stage of the Starship, will be caught in the same manner when returning from the mission. The ship, however, will have retractable legs for landing on the Moon and Mars, although Musk hopes to build an orbital launch tower at both locations, at which point SpaceX might consider eliminating legs completely from the spaceship. The Macazilla, after setting the booster on its mount, will lift the ship and assist it atop of a booster for another liftoff. It would be a sight to behold as the mechanical structure lifts heavy 40 to 70 meters tall structures like this, as if it is lifting a cup of tea. Musk says that lifting and stacking will happen very fast, and in future, the Super Heavy will be able to launch within 30 minutes of its return to Earth. Now, this will considerably reduce the cost. The speed of operation will lead to more flights to Earth orbit or to Moon base or eventually to Mars. This will help mankind to expand to the nearby location in the outer space quickly and almost at a very low cost. And if we are going to have many ships flying, it will become like as if we are flying daily, and every 30 minutes there is a flight either to Moon or Mars. You just buy a ticket, hop onto the flight, the Starship will come back, mount on the landing tower using its fin, and within 30 minutes after refueling, it will be ready to go. So this is so interesting. Friends, if you have any question, you can send it to me. You can actually engage with me during the show or even after the show. Before I go today, a word of thanks to our sponsor of this video, which is Performance Works International. Their book Inner CEO is very useful book. It's a must read. It's a bestseller. It's available on Amazon, and even if you're a large enterprise chief executive or chief executive of a startup, you need to bring out your inner CEO, and there are a lot of tips and tricks provided in the book which are very, very important. You can book your copy today by clicking on the link in the description below. So friends, I like to say goodbye, only to catch you next time. Bye bye. Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and we are just about to reach the new year, the year end of 2021, and the next year is going to start. A lot of confusions among the mind of the people, especially the business people. What is the best approach to discuss this matter? I will be joined by a very senior person from UK. His name is Mike Bradley. He is the founder and CEO of Scale Up Arena. So, without further ado, let's welcome Mike to the show.
Hello, Chandra. How are you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike, and pleasure to see you again. And we have a very important subject to discuss, which is what is the pragmatic approach for 2022, especially for business? Your view.
Okay. Well, I think that obviously the specifics for each individual business are going to vary. So what we're talking about here is overall thoughts and approaches to making sure that 2022 is a healthier, happier, and better year. So I think this is very much down to individuals, and as leaders, it's up to the leaders to establish the right environment for a healthy, happy, and better year ahead, or time ahead, whatever that happens to be, the time period. So I believe that first of all, I think there's 4 P's that we need to bear in mind. The first one is polite. Politeness. When we're working with other individuals, as we all are in business, we're always dealing with other people. Even if there's technology involved, at the end of the day, it comes down to people. The way to get the best out of people is in a polite way. I can't recall a time personally when somebody was impolite to me and they got the best out of what they could have done. So I think politeness is a key characteristic and approach. If that's not your natural leaning, maybe you can get some practice over the Christmas New Year period with your family and seek to be a more polite person in 2022, which I'm sure will pay dividends. The second one, of course, is professional. What we all need is to have a professional approach to how we work. This means that we have to ensure we are putting our best projection forward. It's better to say nothing than to open your mouth and prove yourself to be a fool. I think that was along the lines of a Churchill quote, I think. But I can't remember the exact quote now, but it's basically, if you have got nothing sensible to say, then it's probably best to say nothing. So have a professional approach in all dealings. I think, again, if you're going to get the best out of something, if you approach it professionally, whether it's solving a problem, whether it's offering a solution, whether it's managing staff, whether it's managing finances, talking to the bank, once again, I can guarantee if you don't do that in a professional way, you are not going to optimize that opportunity. So professionalism is the second P. The third one is positive. Once again, a bit like politeness. If somebody is a negative person, I don't think they ever get the best out of a situation. So if you approach 2022 with a positive mindset, with a positive approach to communication, to dealing with people, dealing with suppliers, supporting and servicing customers, if you do it in a positive way, I'm sure the outcomes will be much better. And the final P I have here is proactive. Rather than waiting for things to happen, maybe making 1 or 2 phone calls a day that are proactive means that each week you'll have done 5 things. If you do a 5-day week, you'll have done 5 things that are proactive. And over the course of the year, you'll have done 250 positive things proactive things. And when we do proactive things, that is when things change. So I believe those 4 Ps as my starter for 10 in this conversation. Chandra, your thoughts on that? And I'm sure you have some. You're always very useful in your feedback and perceptive in your questioning. Ceci being polite, professional, positive, and proactive.
Well, Mike, I think you mentioned about 4 Ps. So let me try and put some of the Ps into one basket and other Ps into another basket. So let's look at professionalism, politeness, and positive attitude into one basket, and the other proactiveness in another one. Professionalism into another basket. So 3 Ps in one area and professionalism as a separate entity. To me, it appears these are the skills to have. People must develop these skills, and to develop these skills you need to have training. So when I talk about the first basket, which is professionalism, positivity, and politeness, is also a skill. So let's discuss the first basket first. What is your opinion? Do you think these are these hard skills to have today in today's world?
I think, to be honest with you, I think these skills will stand the test of time. If you go back in history, if you go back 2,000 years, 3,000 years, I think those 4 Ps will still hold you in good stead, no matter what the environmental factors are, whether it be, COVID, whether it be, international trade, whether it be politics or education or social interaction, social conscience, social media even. I believe if you concentrate on those 4 Ps, you won't go far wrong. And I think that's going to stand the test of time. Now, contentiously, I would say I'm not sure that you can be trained in these. I believe that these 4 Ps are things that you develop over the course of your life. Partially, I think it's a condition of how you're brought up. If you're brought up to have those sort of, I would say, qualities of character, then I think you're probably at a distinct advantage. I do think the positive one, it's possible to be of a glass half full or a glass half empty type of person. So I think the way we develop these is very much more, we have to be aware that these are good things to have. And as you approach a situation, a challenge, a positive or a negative situation, it's always good to, I think it's once was described to me as the stimulus, thought, and response mechanism. So something happens. Before you reply, think. And the thought process then says, is my response to this going to be impolite, unprofessional, negative, or reactive, or am I going to adopt a positive, should we say, a positive mindset, and be polite, professional, positive, and proactive, which will enable me to optimize this situation. If it's a challenge, it will maybe help you to overcome it better. If it's an opportunity, it will probably help you to make the most of that and optimize it. So my feeling is you can't train, but you can control your response to what happens in the environment around you, whether that be in your business, in your life, in your political environment, in your town, how you respond. And this is true of all social media, of course, because if you respond in a way that adopts those 4 Ps, it's highly unlikely you're going to be in a problem. It tends to be when people start throwing mud at each other that problems occur in social media and in wider society. So my feeling is, you know, the world would be a better place if we had or we adopted a 4Ps mindset.
Well, Mike, you are making a very important point, which is affecting all of us. We all need to be, follow these 4P, which is professionalism, positive attitude, politeness, and not to procrastinate, basically. So, have a certain way of life so that it is useful for you and for useful for others. And you also mentioned that these are the things that you're born with based on your circumstances. However, can we have a mechanism where some sort of practice can be imparted to people so that they actually tend to be more of these 4Ps rather than less? Is there a possibility of that?
I think there is, yes. I mean, I did go on a course many years ago called interpersonal selling skills. I think it was one of those Xerox training courses that they used to run way back in the dark ages, in the last century, believe it or not, the last millennium. So that it can, there are ways that these things can be taught. People management, I think there are ways that people can learn how to manage people better, how to make the most of them. There is a book that I love. Some people write it off as being too simplistic, but I think, the keep it simple, stupid approach is always a good one, called The 1 Minute Manager by Ken Blanchard. And that was a very good one about teaching people how to manage and how to get the best out of people. So yes, there are some of these things that can help us or help those who struggle to adopt the right approach. And I think the other one I sort of gave you was the stimulus thought response. Is a simple takeaway that next time somebody does something that makes you want to do something negative or you've got to adopt an approach. Maybe you stop a few minutes and think about it and think, okay, how am I going to apply to this? And I would suggest that at that point, adopting a 4Ps approach to it is going to be better. I mean, on a broader spectrum, I think, in our global world, these 4Ps also apply, whether it be politics or multilateral working, solving big problems like the environment or global warming, or or whether it be even solving short-term issues in different countries, like Afghanistan situation or whatever. Once again, I think the stimulus thought response, working jointly together with politeness, professionalism, positivity and proactivity, it would help a lot between England and France, I would say, over things like fishing rights, maybe the migrant crisis, because if we adopt a bunker mentality and sit on the two sides of the channel and sort of lob things at each other, we're not going to solve the problem. Ultimately, problems are only solved when people sit around a table and discuss it like grown-ups. And that's what we need to do. And within that context, I firmly believe the world generally needs more mutual respect, consideration and care. And another thing that I think, if we adopted that more broadly in 2022, I think there would be a much more positive approach to so many things. And obviously, one of the things that would help to adopt that new approach would be for the media to behave itself. They seem to be very good at stirring up trouble, creating headlines that are controversial, focusing on negativity. It's like the Omicron variant. We're now being told, oh, it could, devastate the health service, blah, blah, blah. And it's all about what ifs. They're gazing into the crystal ball and looking at the negatives. They're not gazing into the crystal ball and looking at the professional and the positive way forward, and adopting a pragmatic approach. They are, in many cases, just ensuring their own reputation is intact, because if they didn't say it was going to be very, very negative, somebody would come back and say, but you didn't tell us this was going to happen. I think we have to adopt a very different approach, and if we spend too much time focusing on the mainstream media, there would be a bigger queue of mental health, and suicide rates would go up, because we'd all start to think the world is going to end tomorrow morning.
I fully agree with you, Mike. In fact, there has to be paid media. I feel that the free media should not be available, and it has to be a paid media. Let people pay money for good and impartial media. So I think you also mentioned one of the major item, which was related to taking this approach in a much more pragmatic way. And you also mentioned that the courses of interpersonal skills were conducted in the last millennium. So now we're in 2021. These 4 Ps are still valid for last 4,000 years. What is, we can provide to entrepreneurs, to leaders, to business leaders, in order to get more refined into practicing 4 Ps? Is there a solution available with Scale Up Arena where you can help these people like me, or everyone, even senior people? Everyone needs this rub-off 4 Ps effect. So do you have a solution for this?
I'm so pleased you asked that question, Chandra. There are 3 workshops, which can be online or offline, which are run. I run them. One is called the Executive Therapist Chair, which is very much talking about and talking through the challenges, trying to look at the real life tactical, operational and strategic challenges that particular leaders have or boards of directors have, then adopting a 4 Ps approach to solving those problems. Another one is what I call the Strategic Sanity Check Review. So there's the Executive Therapist Chair, normally founders, CEOs, that sort of person. The Strategic Sanity Check Review is very much more towards the board of directors, seeking to tease out the 4 Ps approach for the environment they're in. Then the 3rd workshop I'm running is a half day to help the leaders of growing businesses to identify what areas practically they need to be adopting in order to optimize their growth in the short, medium and long term, hit their goals. So those are 3 programs, if you like, which can definitely help to adopt a 4 Ps approach in 2022. And you would be probably not surprised to learn that my view of how we approach this is within the context of mutual respect, consideration and care. This isn't about somebody pontificating and trying to prove that they know better than anybody else. This is about everybody working together with respect, with consideration, and adopting a caring approach to how we solve these challenges and problems.
Fantastic, Mike. So viewers, if you have a need for following 4 Ps, as we have discussed today in our show today, you can actually send us an email, which will be published at the end of the program, and we will make the connection happen between yourself and Mike to take this forward. So Mike, any last words you have for this week before we wrap up our session today?
Yes, I think, well, I'd just like to wish you and your family and all those listening a very good Christmas season, a very positive, proactive, professional, and polite 2022. I believe the whole world would be a lot better off if we adopt this faith, hope, and love approach. A bit like John Lennon, I think we would achieve a lot more. Imagine what the world would be like if we all adopted that sort of approach to how we treat each other and treat countries treat each other and organizations treat each other. So yes, I just wish everybody well and hope that next year it will be a year full of faith, hope, and love, mutual respect, consideration, and care.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us and giving such positive words to our viewers and to us. We will catch up with similar sessions next year. But I think we have one more session to go next week, maybe just before the Christmas. So that may not be related to business, but nevertheless, I'll say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next one.
Thank you, Chandra. Have a great Christmas season. And it actually will be New Year when we next talk, because I'm away next week.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmike Live. I'm your host Chandrakant, and today I would like to talk about a new scheme launched by Government of India. It was announced by our Finance Minister Mrs. Sitaraman yesterday on Saturday, and this scheme is called Ubharte Sitare. In other words, shining stars, and it can also have one more meaning, which is shining through. And this scheme is specifically applicable for MSMEs. So we will discuss about this, the entire scheme, how it benefits India, what is MSME, what is so great about this scheme, after a short break. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International, and there is a word from them. After that, we will come back and discuss about this particular news item.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Welcome back friends, and we want to talk about Ubharte Sitare scheme for MSMEs. So when we say MSME, what does it mean?
MSME is very specific to India. It is micro and small medium enterprises. The definition of MSMEs are also very well defined in terms of the size of the revenue, and based on the revenue, the size of the company is determined, and based on all this, the MSMEs are classified. Now, MSMEs are a big segment in India. They are also one of the biggest risk takers and innovators in India because they work at the grassroots level. And so far, the schemes that bank offers is basically largely for larger enterprises, and MSME segment, which is almost like 30 to 40% of the Indian economy, which forms the baseline of the Indian economy, is largely ignored. So this scheme is called Ubharte Sitare, which also translate into shining stars, and this basically brings a lot of flexibilities and a lot of support for the MSME segment, which is micro and small medium enterprises, and to support them. Now, when we say Ubharte Sitare, the name itself suggests that this scheme will identify the future of the MSMEs based on the foreign exchange. So that is where the program is. This program is supposed to identify promising micro and small medium enterprises which are doing forex business and have potential to become unicorns in next couple of years. And to support these type of agencies which are specifically involved in foreign exchange business and can make a dent globally, will be supported not only in terms of finances but also in advisory services. So many times the senior management requires, if they are stuck in terms of how they should proceed further in terms of finding new opportunities, etc. So advisory services are also will be provided along with funding. There are different kinds of funds available under this Ubharte Sitare scheme, which involves soft loan, involves finances which are equity based, finances which are non-equity based, even debt products are also available. So there is a complete department which is going to review the MSMEs and provide all these things, so soft loans, advisory, advisory in terms of finding new markets, and also providing funding for any growth potentials that these companies have. So the program itself is sponsored by two entities in India, which is SIDBI and also Exim Bank. And these entities have already created an infrastructure which will help identify the potentials to cull out the unicorns out of this MSMEs and help grow the foreign exchange business for India, especially from this segment of the industry, which is like a baseline. So this is a very exciting news, and this is very exciting. I think every Indian should feel very proud that the government is also providing a lot of support to the MSME segment by coming out with these new schemes. In fact, right now the foreign exchange for India is about 400 billion, and the target that we have set for the next fiscal is 1 trillion. So we want to stretch the revenue coming out from foreign exchange revenue. We want to bring it to $1 trillion, and about 30 to 40% of this revenue must come from the small and micro enterprises, and therefore this scheme is going to benefit a lot of these entities, a lot of these companies. So this scheme is already on, and it will be rolled out state by state basis. In India, the state of Uttar Pradesh has the largest MSME register with the registrar of companies. So this is launched already by the state of Uttar Pradesh, and very soon the rollout will happen across all the states. So it's basically the central government has created the scheme, the fund has been created, the fund has been created, the infrastructure has been created. Now the states have to come forward and for the benefit of the MSMEs registered in their state, they have to launch this particular service. So this is very exciting, and I thought I will bring clarity around it. Just to summarize, MSMEs only which has potential to become unicorns in the area of foreign exchange revenue for India in next couple of years, which has the capability to take risk, and the government is actually putting their might behind them by providing them funding, also equity, and also advisory services. So I'll end my video, my friends, but before I go, I'd like to give a big shout out to the sponsor of this particular video, which is Performance Works. Their book called Inner CEO is very important, and if you are a small medium enterprise player, I think you should actually read this book. To secure your copy of the book, the link is in the description below. So friends, I'd like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next episode of Akul Mac Live. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Today's discussion is going to be very interesting. It's about senior executives validating, cross-checking their corporate health as well as their mental health situation with a well-known global guru. And this has to be done while maintaining a bit of secrecy. So how this whole process works is the matter of discussion today. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you there is a giveaway in our show. Stick around to this very interesting show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And in today's discussion, we want to basically touch upon the very important subject about therapy for senior executives. And to discuss this particular important subject, I have a very special guest in the studios. His name is Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Group CSO of RHF and Scale Up Arena, and he's joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me present Mike to you.
Good afternoon, Chandra. How are you? Just enjoyed your lunch?
Of course, Mike, all is well. This wretched virus has also started reducing a little bit in India, and we have just started the great Indian summer. The temperature is almost touching 40, so we're enjoying the heat.
Right, yeah, very nice. So you don't need to cook on an oven. You can just cook on the bonnet of your car now.
All we have to do is just step out of the house.
There you go.
So I think the subject is quite interesting, and that is the related to the mental health of the senior executives, and how we all can be therapeutic to our own lifestyle, and how we can improve our mental health attitude towards others. So over to you, Mike. What do you want to say on this subject?
Yeah, well, not just mental health, mental and corporate health. I've been running this session for executives, board members. I tend to do it one-on-one because it's quite a, I also call it the executive therapist chair. It's sort of taking a couple of hours out to take stock. And I think quite often we can get so intent on our concerns in the business that we actually forget to sort out the wood from the trees, as we say. So take stock of where we're at. What are the key things we need to be focusing on? Are we focusing on the right things, etc., etc.? So for me, and I found I've had very good responses to this. And the nice thing is you can do it over the virtual meetings as well, It's obviously very good to do it in face to face, but it can also be done online. So we can do this around the world, and it's always been received well. So if you look at my LinkedIn profile, you'll see that people have said various kind things about it, and it hits the right spot.
Very interesting, Mike. So, can you tell us how does this work? It requires a booking of some time with you, or is it a repetitive process where you have to keep visiting and talking to you for half an hour, maybe once a week or twice a week? How does this work?
Well, basically, there's an initial session. If it's a one-man founder executive, I recommend, obviously we have an ongoing dialogue, but we start with a 2 to 2.5 hour session. If it's a board of directors, I do them individually because I call it anonymized brainstorming. It takes the politics out of the situation. We talk about the key drivers, priorities, and what they feel is going well, what they feel is not going well, some situational analysis, what sort of things are sort of keeping them awake at night from a corporate perspective. What are the things that they wake up in the middle of the night and think, oh my goodness, I'm not happy about that. So we talk about all those sort of things. The idea being we then come through this sort of what I call the triple I process, which is ideation, thinking of ideas, incubation, and implementation. So after the session with each of the individuals, if it's a team, you've got a number of key ideas and thoughts and options, and then we bring it together for a group feedback session if it's a board, and all the responses are anonymized, so nobody can tell who said what. But for example, if there's 4 people and 3 of them are thinking these are the major things that are keeping us sleepless, or these are the best options, then those are thrown back into the mix and sort of helps to sanity check review the tactical, operational, and strategic priorities. And then what we can do is, say, 3 months later, have another either review session one-on-one. Instead of maybe a couple of hours, 2.5 hours, it would just be an hour to review where we were at from last time, hone it. So yes, it basically is booked. It's a book session. There's a per head fee. And like I say, it can be done face-to-face or remotely. Remotely is more efficient on all sorts of ways. Obviously, it's much as it would be nice to travel to India. It's not possible to do that at the moment, but the session can be run remotely with a quarterly update review. It becomes very much a therapist chair type environment, because once you start talking, you start to get interested and involved in what the person's thinking, what they're doing. You then want to become, get better involved with it. Come to think of it, Chandra, I should do it with you.
I think I can offer myself as a guinea pig to you in one of these sessions, and we can probably record it to demonstrate to people how it works. But I have a very
no, I wouldn't record it. I think it's very much. I wouldn't record it. No, because I think the information that comes out of there is what we call Chatham House rules. So you can say whatever you want in there. It doesn't go anywhere else. I think that's very important.
Yeah, that was my question, in fact. So you clarified. Thanks for clarifying it. And I have another question, which is related to how people start opening up. I think that is the biggest challenge we face today, that people don't open up. So what is your technique of making sure that these senior executives who are well-traveled, well-educated, how you make them open their mind and be frank with you?
Well, I think, apart from my natural charm, you mean? And my modesty. No. Well, the way it starts, of course, the best way is always to start by sort of giving a little bit of personal information, disclosing, like I tell them where I'm living or what I do and blah, 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 a little bit about me to show the human side, and ask them the same thing. So immediately there's more of a personal interaction. But then, of course, the best way to get anybody to do anything is to let them talk about themselves. So, because we're gearing this towards a business angle, it's not a personal therapist chair, so it's a corporate therapist chair, executives there. So get them to talk about the situational factors, their business, what they do, where they do it, how they do it. What was their vision, what's their mission. Get them to talk about that, and then they start talking. Because people like to talk about themselves.
Well, that's true, but many times people just do a lot of chit chatting, but they don't talk anything which is of any sense, and because of that, they may not get the value. So I think it's very important for people to be very frank with you, so that you can offer them a clear and concise solution. I think that is a challenge, and I'm sure you are having a lot of practice making sure that people open up with you, and it's a closed door environment. Tell me something, Mike. Do you also do this in a group, like unknown people, not a board, but people from different companies coming together and talking? Is like a therapy session?
What we can do, and what I have done, is have the same sort of approach, but talk around a particular subject. So, maybe it would be implementation of IoT in manufacturing. And we can have people to go through a session with a similar structure, but talking about the challenges of that particular environment. And the idea being, again, to ideate, incubate, and implement around that particular focused subject. So that's another way that it can be done on a group basis with lots of different companies. Maybe it's, horizon gazers, maybe it's product specific. You can also do it within a division. So it could be a subsidiary or a particular line of business. It doesn't have to be just the executives or the board. It could be a divisional team. It could be a global team. It could be a product team. You can work it in various ways, and it is, it's a structure that I've put together after years of sort of living this and having the bruises from working in corporate life, to say, well, how, because at the end of the day, what we need to do is find a good way forward. And some subjects are too sensitive to deal with face to face. And we need to do it in a confidential way. So, you can do it in any way, but it's a bit like a brainstorming situation, in the sense you can throw a subject on the table. But I think if you're looking particularly around a team, say in a division, you've got to be very careful of the politics, because one particular member of the team may have it in somebody else, or the politics can play too much of a part in the discussion. So even with if it was a subject, throw the subject on the table, use the structure that I've got to actually go through the subject, that's fine. But I think if it's a division, if it's a team, I still believe it's better to do the one-on-one sessions and then bring it back with a collective review of what has been said. And like I say, if you've got a team of 5 people and 3 people in the room have said this thing, even though it might have been not the leader's chosen strategy, it might be worth reviewing and considering it as a good idea for the future.
Fantastic. So that brings me to the last question, which is how people reach out to you. Is there a web services based appointment system, or they just call you? How does it work?
No, they can reach out to me via my usual email address, via yourselves, via Scale Up Arena. If you go on to scaleuparena.com, you will find and type in executive therapist chair or strategic sanity check review or even my name, then you'll get the strategic sanity check review come up. There's a contact us button on there. Complete the contact us, and I will hot tail it across to you and sort out your challenge. Work with you to optimize your opportunities.
Excellent, Mike. I think this is one side of your offerings I came to know today, and it was very pleasing to hear the methodology and kind of work, which is very, very important and more relevant in today's environment. So I think people who are listening can reach out to us, Akulmac, or they can directly reach out to Mike, or they can go to scaleuparena.com and reach out to Mike through that route. So
and what I will say as well, Chandra, is if somebody comes through and says that they've come via Akulmac, I will give a 20% discount on the pricing.
Excellent. So I think this is an offer which if you're using Akulmac as a reference point, you will get 20% discount. So people who want to leverage this particular offer, they can. And Mike, it was lovely talking to you today. It was my pleasure, and probably we can have a session sometime this week or next week. But
Yep.
I'll catch up on our shows at the same time, same
Yep.
subject.
We'll schedule a 90-minute, and I'll go through it with you. We'll do an executive therapist chair for you, Chandra. And I'll see those furrow brow release afterwards.
Sure. Look forward to it, Mike.
Pleasure to talk to you as always.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We have some unique Akulmac memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmac gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmac and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to Legal Matters. And as you know friends, we discuss the legal matters and also something which is affecting the nation and the people. And for this discussion, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt. He is a very well-known lawyer practicing in High Court in Ahmedabad and also very well-known legal luminary. So we are very happy to welcome Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for introducing me and inviting me for this program. I'm looking forward to having a discussion.
Certainly, Jeet. In fact, what I want to discuss today is something which happened just yesterday, and that is the bail given to Riya Chakrabarti in the NDPS Act. And since we were discussing the NDPS Act also previously last week, and I want to know your opinion as a lawyer, as a legal luminary, that she has got the bail, but what next?
Yes, Chandrakant, as yesterday itself, the Bombay High Court has granted bail on strict conditions to Riya Chakravarti, wherein the High Court has imposed certain very stringent conditions, wherein she has to deposit her passport. She can't travel out of country without the court's permission. She, in fact, even if she has to leave the jurisdiction of Greater Bombay, she has to inform the special judge in Bombay. And so, well, yes, bail has been granted, but there are stringent conditions. She has to appear on every occasion at the trial. So ultimately, though her personal liberty has been granted to her, but on very strict conditions, and the judgment is also a very landmark judgment on this matter relating to NDPS Act, which I will be discussing. But what next is now, once the uh, once the trial begins, then the witnesses will be called, and ultimately the trial court will determine whether all these accused persons have been found guilty of the charges leveled against them. And if yes, then there are, as I said, there are very strict punishments which can be imposed. And the offenses which have been initiated against these celebrities, the offenses, the minimum punishment starts from 10 years and it can go up to 20 years. So if ultimately the court finds her guilty, then probably minimum which would be imprisonment which would be imposed would be 10 years. That's a very, very long imprisonment if she's found guilty.
Yes, in fact, she is quite young. She is just 28 years old, and 10 years of your prime life is taken out. Obviously, your life takes a totally different change. Um, but I want to ask you something different. Um, well, I think 70 or 80% of the people of India are with Sushant Singh, and there has been a lot of mishandling or whatever you want to call it. Foul play may be a better word, but in short of not using the right word, I'm just using this one. Um, and Riya Chakravarti is one of the major person involved in this case. She is getting the bail. Don't you think it is sending wrong signals to the people of India?
Uh, well, you are right. There are a lot of allegations against Riya Chakravarti. And the manner in which the media has taken up this case, in fact, sometimes the overindulgence of media leads to an unfair trial being conducted. And therefore, in my opinion, in fact, if you read the entire judgment, the judgment is a very detailed, lengthy judgment which discusses on the issues on NDPS Act and ultimately holds that she is entitled to bail, because if you look at it from the Act, NDPS Act point of view, there was no recovery or any drugs which are found in her possession. Second, the in her statement itself, uh, she had retracted from that statement which she had made to the police officers. So, and also considering that the allegation against her was that she financed, procured these drugs not for her personal use but for the use of Sushant Singh Rajput through these drug syndicate. The court did not find the prosecution and the investigating agency having very strong proof against her, and ultimately held that she is entitled to bail. But considering the judgment and considering what was against her, I think the judgment is a very good judgment, and it grants her bail, but on strict conditions. So it balances out both the eventualities, one of the society, and second of the personal liberty of the accused as well. So
So
it's a very balanced judgment. But yes, ultimately, if sentence is imposed, then 10 years is a long period of time which has to be spent in jail. But then if you commit such serious offenses, then that is the consequence. Because there has to be a deterrent, because if there is no deterrent, if the accused people go unpunished, then crimes will always increase. So this deterrence is very important in society.
So, let me ask you this question. And, I'm not a legal person, so you are the legal person. But, you have to forgive me by, understanding that I'm not a legal person. I will not use the legal jargon. So, my question Jeet, is that she is involved in too many things as a convict or as a person who got allegation, not really a convict, so I think that's a wrong word, but she is having too many allegations. Number one, financing. as the NDPS Act or this particular NCB has said that she was actually taking money from various sources, including Sushant Singh Rajput, and then spending that money in buying the drugs. So, and she was also consuming, but her quantity was, which the police recovered or the authorities recovered, was much lower than the, as we discussed last week. So, don't you think that even though in the trial, when the case goes for trial, she would be given at least a minimum of 1 year of punishment?
Uh, yes. So it depends because the quantity, as per the judgment and the facts which I gone through the judgment, doesn't say that she was recovered or there was some narcotic substance found in her possession. In fact, what the facts say is that the NCB had got some secret information on 28th of August 2020, and they caught hold of some Abbas Lakhani, who was having possession of 46 grams of ganja. And then from him, the NCB got hold of one Karan Arora, who was found with some ganja. From there, they reached to Zaid Bilatra, who is the supplier and the of the drugs and narcotic substance. And from there, they found one Abdul Bashir Parishad, from whom Shovik Chakrabarti and Samuel Miranda used to procure these drugs. And those were at the instance of Ria Chakrabarti. These are the allegations against Ria. So Ria was not found under any possession of any narcotics. But considering that Section 27A of the NDPS Act has been applied, the minimum sentence, if she is convicted under say 27A, is 10 years. But the Section 27A is for financing and harboring the activities regarding drugs and narcotics. So therefore, even if there is no possession or no even small quantity found from her, the Section 27A is very stringent, and therefore, if he is ultimately convicted, the punishment would be 10 years.
So I think you're talking about minimum of 10 years of punishment, and she is also involved in many other things, like there is a CBI investigation going on. There could be the finance angle, which is ED. There could be a Pakistan connection. We never know. I mean, we don't know. Um,
Right.
I think, as you said, this is a remarkable judgment, and she deserved a bail. But I think she is gone for long. I think, as a human being.
That will depend because under the NDPS Act, there is a reverse presumption, as I said earlier, that under the NDPS Act, if there's a prosecution against you, then you are presumed to be guilty until you yourself come out with a defense saying that you are innocent, and if you can prove it in the court. But apart from NDPS, under the offenses under the Indian Penal Code, there is a presumption that you are innocent until you are proven guilty. So, with regards to the charge of abatement to suicide against Sushant Singh, there is a presumption in her favor, whereas under the NDPS Act, that presumption was not there. So, if she's been granted bail under NDPS Act, then that presumption is now available to her of innocence in Sushant Singh's suicide case. But that ultimately depends on the investigation that is carried out by CBI. Ultimately, they'll have to say whether it was a murder or abatement to suicide. But one or two important facts, if I may highlight, of this judgment passed by Bombay High Court, it lays down and it finds that because earlier view of Bombay High Court and other high courts was that even if you are found with possession of a drug or narcotic substance of a small quantity, then the offenses were bailable. So if the quantity was less than smaller quantity, the police would immediately release you on bail. And also there is a provision under Section 64A, if ultimately you want to be de-addicted and if you are ready to go to a rehabilitation center, the prosecution can also be dropped against you if the quantity is of a small quantity and was for personal use. But if it was an interim quantity between small and commercial or commercial quantity, then those provisions were not applicable. But bail was granted to all those persons who were caught having small quantity. But in this judgment of Ria Chakrabarti, the Bombay High Court holds that that is not the correct view, as NDPS is a special act, and it has an overriding effect over Code of Criminal Procedure, and therefore the even a small quantity of drug having been found in your possession, you can be arrested by the police, and then you will have to apply for bail before the special courts constituted under the NDPS. This has a very large ramification and has a very wide magnitude, because until now the police used to grant bail without approaching the court on its own under NDPS Act when the quantity was of a small quantity. But this judgment reverses that view and holds that even if it's a small quantity, the offense is non-bailable. And in a non-bailable offense, the accused persons can be arrested, and then they'll have to get bail from the concerned court. So in that ways, this is a very landmark judgment, and it changes the earlier judgments and the views of the earlier courts. And also now the police can act even more strictly.
So this is a High Court judgment. So that means it applies
Yes.
across India.
Yes, it would apply across the country. But now, if the matter reaches the Supreme Court and then the Supreme Court holds another view, then that's a different matter. If the Supreme Court endorses the view of the Bombay High Court, then that becomes the law, because the judgments of the Supreme Court are binding to one and all.
Yes, this is understood. So I think, Jeet, the sentiment of the country, which is like 70 to 80% of the people, want justice in case of Sushant Singh's death. I think the Indian people deserve to know what really transpired, what is the angle, and whoever is using these drugs and buying and selling, getting into the trade of something which is a illegal substance not only in India but across the world. In fact, if you go to Middle East, uh, you know, uh, there is a punishment of beheading. So this thing is so tough by other
Yes.
countries, and in India, I think somebody has to make sure that these things are not repeated. And I mean, you are in a media business, but it doesn't give you authority to start spreading this kind of bad habits among the masses. I think something has to be done about it.
Right. So, yes, absolutely, you are absolutely right. The act is, though it is stringent, but not as much as it is in the Middle East. But Middle East, the manner in which Middle East deals with these offenses also undemocratic, because you can't have beheading and cutting your fingers or cutting your hands for offenses. These punishments are completely barbaric and are not permissible in a democratic country. This country is based on rules of law, and based on the rules, uh, the same has to apply, and justice has to be delivered. So, but yes, these things cannot be recommended. Drugs cannot be recommended. The law enforcing agencies have to be extremely strict, and they have to find out the culprit, the perpetrators who commit such offense, and basically this has to target those who are in supplying and distributing these drugs, because the persons who are consuming it are under an habit and they become addicted. For them, there has to be rehabilitation centers, and their addictions have to be there has to be something done about their addiction, and it requires more rehabilitation centers in India. But for these persons who are financing it, those who are supplying, those who are cultivating it, they are the main perpetrators who are committing very serious offenses. And yes, the offense under the NDPS Act is in fact more serious than rape and murder as well, because this uh, these offenses can demolish the entire country and its future. So yes, the provisions have to be extremely strict, and strict actions have to be taken by the law enforcing agencies.
Jeet, in fact, this case has just started, and she got the bail. Bail is a right in the democracy, as you said. The country is governed by rules and regulations, and there are bail as a regulation. So I think it's a normal activity where the court has granted bail. But I think it has just begun. As you said, the charges are very serious, most of India, almost like 80% of the Indians, wants a closure on this, and perpetrators needs to be booked and tried and jailed or whatever punishment they deserve. So,
Precisely.
so with this,
Precisely.
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, precisely. With this, they have to reach to a logical end. And but one thing which I want to tell you is bail under the NDPS is not as a matter of right. In fact, the provisions are so strict that bail normally in cases are always rejected. Rarely in special cases bails are granted, but the facts of this case were such that bail were granted to the main accused, but other accused bail, including Shavik Chakravarti, has been rejected because there was some material incriminating that was found against him, and therefore his bail has been rejected by the guy.
So it means the brother Shavik will not get the bail because there was a recovery and there is evidence against him. And Ria got the
Yes,
bail, yet the case has to go on trial, and there is ample evidence against her. So I think she will have to go through the whole cycle.
precisely. Yes, absolutely.
So I think people who are watching this, the learning from an expert is that this law is very strict, and even though Ria got the bail, and this is exactly what we are discussing, but it is not, and it's a conditional bail. That means there are certain conditions, very strict conditions attached to it. So it is not that she can just get out and lead a normal life. And when the case goes on trial, there will be a lot of other activities which will be coming out. And then if she is found guilty of either financing a drug racket or consuming it, she will be booked and finally sent to the jail.
Punished. Precisely. And now it is more stringent of because of this judgment is that even small quantity possession of even a smallest quantity will also lead you into jail, and the offense has become completely non-bailable, and therefore also they are very strict.
So I think this is a very good information that you have given us, Mr. Jeet, and thank you so much. And I'm sure our viewers will like and probably like to post their comments, also like to engage with you. So I think it's a great information and great learning for our viewers.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. In fact, I enjoyed this session, and I hope that your viewers get to know in depth the provisions regarding the NDPS Act and how strict they are.
Certainly. So, viewers, if you have any questions, please send it to us and we can pick that up in the next session with Jeet. You can also engage with us live during this discussion. But just in case, if you forget to write your comments, you can send us later on. The email is also listed at the end of this video. So, Jeet, thank you very much for joining us today. We will catch up next week once again.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. We'll see you next week.
Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Today in the legal matters, we will talk about what is the sedition law. And most of us would be knowing that sedition was the biggest tool used against Indians during the freedom struggle by the British. And today we are using the same law among Indians. There has been very loosely framed legal system which tells very clearly where sedition is applicable, where not. So today we have this discussion which is going to be very interesting. It will bring about a lot of clarity around the freedom of speech, and sedition also help you
differentiate between the two. So stick around to this show and we will have a very interesting and distinguished guest to tell us more about it. Welcome back, friends, and today's subject is about sedition. And recently there was a case on the famous journalist Vinod Dua. And to discuss this case, I have my friend joining in from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who's also a practicing advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. And yes, we are going to discuss an important legal matter today with regards to the sedition laws in India and also the case of Vinod Dua versus Union of India.
Well, Jeet, recently Vinod Dua has been making a lot of YouTube videos, and he has a huge fan followers because he has been around since our childhood. We used to see his programs when there was only Doordarshan, and he has been there with Doordarshan for very long time. And he's also done so many series of different programs on the TV as well as on YouTube. And recently there has been a case on him. So why don't you tell our viewers about more about this case?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, everybody must have heard about Vinod Dua. He's a very reputed journalist and also awarded Padma Bhushan. So certainly he's a very well-known journalist in this country. So basically, his case, which the Supreme Court delivered a very landmark judgment recently, is based on the sedition laws in India. Now, sedition is referred to as the prince of all the laws which the Britishers have imposed in order to repress the country, repress the people of this country. And that is what had been said by Mahatma Gandhi in the famous trial in Ahmedabad, in which he also faced the charges of a case of sedition against him, wherein he pleaded guilty and was sentenced for a term of 6 years in the Ahmedabad Sessions Court in 1919 or 1920. But that is a very famous case of sedition in India and a very famous trial, wherein the judge also remarked that even I would be very happy if Mr. Gandhi is remitted or his sentence is reduced. But in law, this is the sentence, and since he has pleaded guilty, my hands are bound and I have to prescribe a punishment of 6 years. But his speech was very powerful in that case against him, though he pleaded guilty. But sedition, as he has said, is the prince of all the sections under the Indian Penal Code, which the Britishers have imposed in order to repress the freedom of speech and expression. And therefore, after the Constitution being framed, and after prescribing the freedom of speech and expression and guaranteeing it to every citizen under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, this section of sedition did come in conflict with the fundamental right and was attacked in a case before the Punjab and Haryana High Court in the year 1950, wherein the judgment of Tara Singh Gopichand, the Punjab High Court declared this section to be invalid on the grounds of violation of fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression. And it said that this section of the Indian Penal Code is not in accordance with the sovereign republic and democratic country that India is. And therefore it is invalid as it violates the fundamental right of freedom and speech and expression. But because of this judgment in the year 1950 and because of the judgment of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, declaring certain acts which provided for public order, wherein it provided restrictions on press, which came up before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court struck down those laws with regards to public order and public maintenance as being violative of fundamental right and infringing freedom of speech and expression. The Parliament at that time, by way of the first constitutional amendment, brought in certain restrictions on this freedom of speech and expression. And at that time, the President, Mr. Rajendra Prasad, said that it is an irony of fate that the first thing that is to be assailed in the Constitution is the fundamental rights. As the first constitutional amendment, several fundamental rights and brought in more restrictions than what the original Constitution makers had provided. So by way of this first amendment to the Constitution, Article 19, Clause 2 came to be amended. And Article 19, Clause 2 provides for reasonable restrictions to be prescribed in order to exercise the right of freedom of speech and expression. So, on what grounds this fundamental right can be restricted came to be amended, and certain restrictions which were not there in the original constitution came to be inserted. And it provided that one of the restrictions which can be imposed on this fundamental right was in order to have public order. So, any act which prescribes or which advances public order or decency or morality, or is in the interest of security of the state, cannot be a violation of fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression, and will be considered to be a reasonable restriction. So therefore, in the interest of the security of the state and public order, which came to be added by way of the First Amendment, the section of sedition came to be revalidated. And since this amendment was with retrospective effect, the judgment of Punjab High Court came to be nullified. So therefore, despite of the High Court declaring a section to be invalid on the ground of violation of fundamental right, came to be revalidated and came to be implemented by way of this first constitutional amendment. And this is very interesting because uh, this is the part of history which is not very much aware with regards to the right of press, as this is how invalid section came to be revalidated by the amendment to the constitution. Now, with regards to sedition, there is a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court in the year 1962, where in the matter of Kedarnath, the Supreme Court curtailed uh, the ambit of this sedition law, because sedition law, if I may just put it what it is provided as an offense under section 124, and it says that whoever by words, either spoken or written, brings to attempt or brings into hatred, to contempt, or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government established by law in India, shall be punished with transportation for life or any shorter term to which fine may be added. So this is a provision, a penal provision under the Indian Penal Code, where the offense prescribes for a punishment for life. So this is an offense against the state, and whoever by words either spoken or written brings or attempts to bring into hatred or contempt, or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government. So at that time, Supreme Court in 1962, interpreting this provision, held that this section will have to be read in accordance with the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression, and it has to be ensured that it has to be reconciled, because this section violates fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And therefore, the Supreme Court held that what constitutes this is that a person who excites disaffection against the government by way of promoting or by unlawful means any alteration to the state, or incites a disturbance of the peace, or raises discontent among the subjects of the country, or excites class hatred. If it complies with these conditions, then only can a statement written or spoken come within the ambit of an offense of sedition. So therefore, it curtailed its ambit and restricted it to certain class of action which incites violence. So not every kind of word spoken or written which is a dissent to the government's policy or criticizing the government would come within the ambit of sedition. But some such form of speech which would incite violence, or would ask the people to take arms or to rebel or revolt against the government, then and then only would such speech or writing come within the ambit of sedition. So this is how in 1962 Supreme Court reconciled the offense of sedition with fundamental right to speech and expression. But with regards to the case of Mr. Vinod Dua, what he had done is that he had put up a video on his YouTube channel wherein he said and criticized the government's action with regards to the COVID preparedness. And it was alleged in the FIR that he mentioned that Narendra Modi has used deaths and terror attacks to garner votes. And he claims that the government does not have enough testing facilities and has made false statement about the availability of the personal protective kits and has stated that there is no sufficient information on those. He also went on to state that ventilators and sanitizer exports were stopped only on 24th March 2020. He also said that he spread false and malicious news by stating that with regards to information about COVID preparedness of the government. So these were the allegations against him in the FIR. And an FIR under Section 124A was instituted against Mr. Dua in Himachal Pradesh. And he preferred a petition before the Supreme Court challenging the said FIR and for the quashment of the FIR before the Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court, considering the entire law on sedition also with regards to its history and how it came into in India under the Indian Penal Code, the Supreme Court ultimately held that none of the statements made by Mr. Vinod Dua constituted an offense of sedition and therefore quashed and set aside the FIR which was registered against him in the state of Himachal Pradesh. So what the Supreme Court held in his case was that the provisions of the section, along with the explanation, makes it reasonably clear that the section aims at rendering penal only such activities as would be intended or have a tendency to create disorder or disturbance of public peace by resort to violence. And as already pointed out, the explanation appended to the main body of the section makes it clear that criticism of public measure or comment on government action, however strongly worded, would be within reasonable limits and would be consistent with the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And it is only when the words written or spoken which have the pernicious tendency or intention of creating public disorder or disturbance of law and order that the law steps in to prevent such activities in the interest of public order. So conclude the section, in opinion of the Supreme Court, strikes the correct balance between individual fundamental freedom and the interest of public order. So therefore, the Supreme Court, by way of this judgment, quashed and set aside the FIR which is registered against Mr. Dua. So this is how the case came to be dismissed. The FIR came to be quashed by the Supreme Court by holding that the offense of sedition can be constituted only if the words spoken are so strong that it would incite violence. Otherwise, however strong the condemnation of the government or the people in the government, or however strong the criticism against the government, would not lead to an offense of sedition. So this is a very important judgment because a lot of time this section is misused, and even a fair and just criticism of the government is used in order to curb the dissent and criticism by invoking sections like sedition against individuals. So therefore, it's a very important and a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court.
Indeed, Jeet, it is a very landmark judgment, and I feel that sedition has been used time and again against many individuals as a means to sort of teach them a lesson, and it is the most ultimate punishment it draws. So that is why I think this kind of judgments are important, so that people know what is sedition and what is a normal speech or an expression, just like in this case. Because I think Vinod Dua made a video like you and I are making a video. I think we can express our opinion on anything as long as we are not talking against the country. I think that is where sedition lies, where we are not talking against the country, against a particular community, against people, or inciting violence. So as long as that is true, I think that is clarity is required. But many times, Jeet, I feel that the even people don't understand the clear definition of the legal aspects. So in such cases, what people should do, I mean, they should know their limits, isn't it?
Yes, Chandrakant, you are absolutely right. In fact, rather than use of this section, a lot of times this section has been misused because there's an absolute, you're absolutely right that every citizen has a freedom of speech and expression. So they can express their opinions, they can express themselves, they can put up their speeches online on contents, social platforms. And the restriction is that it should not incite violence, or it should not ask people to rebel or revolt. So with this in mind, with this thin line, if the people do not cross, then they're expressing their opinion, their speech is absolutely protected as their fundamental right, and therefore everybody has this right to express themselves. But you are right, people are not aware. In fact, even the police machinery and also the executives are not aware of this line of distinction which has been drawn by the Supreme Court, and therefore a lot of times this misuse of this section is seen. But then if this section has been invoked by the police, then the remedy would lie to approach the High Court for quashing of the FIR if the contents of the FIR do not disclose the commission of the offense of sedition. So a just, fair, or a proper criticism of the government or government's personnel can never amount to an act of sedition, and that is what has been clearly laid down by the Supreme Court. Because every person has a right to dissent, every person has a right to criticize the policies of the government, and that would not become an offense, because then that would be curtailing and curbing the right of freedom of speech and expression, which is one of the most important liberties which every citizen in a democratic setup has. So this has been accepted and accepted by the Supreme Court in several of its decisions. That right to freedom and freedom of speech and expression is a very fundamental, important civil liberty that a citizen is entitled in a democratic country, because transfer of information is possible through speech, either written or spoken. And therefore, it is very important that people are aware and people participate in a democratic process. And that is possible only if citizens have this fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, I have one basic question here, and that is about the fake news. Because any fake news creator can also get away with his right of freedom of speech, because fake news can be, snowballed into something much, much bigger, and then the originator of that news can simply walk away saying that, hey, I just reported what I felt. So, do you have an opinion on this aspect as well?
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, with social media, there are a lot of fake news are being spread. But with regards to the right of press, the journalists also have a duty to ensure to fact check that whether what they are sending or publishing is correct or not. So with regards to journalism, there are their codes of ethics which they have to follow. And if they are properly followed, then at least they would not be the spreaders of fake news. But with regards to general public, if they are not aware and if they are spreading fake news, but to that extent, if without fact check you spread a news which ultimately becomes false, itself would not become an offense of sedition. But however, people should themselves observe and make sure that what they are spreading is not false. So therefore, to that extent, it cannot be said that it would become an offense, but at least they must ensure that what they are spreading is correct or not, accurate or not.
I think this is the fine line, because one guy originates something which is running in his mind. He expresses his opinion, and by the time it snowballs and thousands of people tweet, retweet, forward, share, like, dislike, whatever that happens on the social media, it turns into something else. So let's come back to Vinod Dua's case, where he said that different aspects of preparedness of the government were not true as the government was claiming. So where it will fall? Will it fall like the Supreme Court has already judged that it is not sedition? So what kind of statement he made then? Is it fake news or real news? What is? Do you know anything about that?
Well, what he said and what the Supreme Court found was that he said that our biggest failure has been that we do not have enough facilities to carry out testing. So he said that we do not have testing facilities in India at that time when he put this video. The second thing that he said, that till now we do not have any information how many PPE units, N95 masks we have and how many will become available by then. Third thing he said was that the ventilators needed in other countries and in India, respiratory devices and sanitizers were being exported till 24/3/2020 instead of keeping those for use in our country. The fourth thing he said is the supply chain got disrupted due to blockage of roads, and now it is being heard that transportation of essential goods has been allowed. The fifth statement which was used against him was that he said that it is not difficult to imagine that when the supply chains have been closed, when the shops are closed, some people had gone to the extent of fearing food riots, which have not happened in our country, would happen. And the sixth, he said that when people started returning from Mumbai, that should have been a big signal for the government about the effect the complete lockdown in this country can bring about, but no lessons were learned. So the Supreme Court, interpreting his statements, ultimately found that he was criticizing the government, which was within his right as a journalist, because it is not that every step of the government has to be appreciated. In fact, the right of the duty of the journalist is to bring out or to criticize what the government is not doing, so that the government can act accordingly. So if what he was doing was actually bringing it to the notice of the government, what it was lacking, and therefore in doing that he was not spreading any fake news. He was, with regards to his opinions, he was suggesting what he felt at that time was needed in the country, and therefore this could in any manner not come within the offenses which were levied against him.
I think this is perfect. Your opinion is making a lot of sense, and what Vinod was said also is freedom of expression for every citizen of India. So I think thank you so much, Jeet, for coming over to our show and explaining very clearly what is sedition and what is not, and also distinguishing between fake news and a real journalism. So I think that is where the clarity you have brought it on, and it's thanks to you for clarifying this to our viewers.
Yes, also let me add here what a seditious speech is according to the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court in 1962, in the Kedarnath judgment, the speech which was considered as seditious is, I may just read out, wherein Kedarnath said that the forward Communist Party does not believe in the doctrine of vote itself. The party had always been believing in revolution and does so even at present. We believe in that revolution, which will come, and in the flames of which the capitalists, zamindars, and the Congress leaders of India, who have made it their profession to loot the country, will be reduced to ashes, and on their ashes will be established a government of the poor and the downtrodden people of India. So, making such statements inciting violence or seeking rebel or revolt would certainly amount to a seditious speech. But otherwise, every other speech would come within the protection of freedom of speech and expression.
I think it makes a lot of sense. So, as the citizen of India, I think we should know the laws of our country, and we should also know what is allowed by the law and what is not. So, Jeet, thank you so much for coming over and explaining this case, which is very, very valuable from your side in terms of opinion, which is coming to us for our learning. So, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
So we will catch up with you in the next episode of Legal Matters. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Goodbye, Chandrakant.
Hello, welcome to Akul Mek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today is awesome Saturday. And you know, Saturday we go to places, today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who is as an industry leader. He's closely related to radio broadcasting. And what place he will be taking, let us find out. So let's welcome him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hey, Kanchan, this is good Saturday morning when we have come together to talk about another illustrious city from India, which actually shaped the consciousness of the modern India for a very, very long time and gave us our modern, and I'm talking about modern city of Pune, we're in the western parts of India. I'm sure you have heard about it.
Yes, definitely. And I've been to Pune, and the air, the city really gives impression that it is quite an advanced city. And I've also read that Pune, the word which has come with the Hindi word Punne, and later on it was converted into Pune. So yes, I'm so eager to really know about the city, and my viewers are also waiting for that. Yes, tell us about the city.
Well, Kanchan, I would start with a very, very interesting phrase that I heard while I was in Pune, and which says that Pune tithe kai ude. That means Pune lacks nothing. And that's where this city is a very, very interesting city on the backdrop of the Western Ghats, closer to our financial capital, Mumbai. Pune has been in the conscious history, in modern conscious history of India for many, many years. In the modern Pune, life is basically considered close to the Maratha Empire, uh, Shivaji Maharaj, and the Peshwas. But I think Pune has got even older uh, places to visit, older credentials to prove itself as a conscious capital of the Indian subcontinent. Goes back to the Rashtrakutas time, and we have some ancient, very ancient, relics like Pataleshwar temple, and this city is bustling today with automotive capital of India, lots of software industries, a lot of software companies, and the kind of development in this city that is seen, seeing all the municipal corporations, the Mumbai-Pune Expressway, and the great cultural affiliation of this city, uh, which never goes out of fashion, despite being at the forefront of the modern capitalistic world. So yeah, this city is great, Kanchan. So, you share your pieces and then I come back with more.
Well, definitely, because I lived in Bangalore. I also lived in Pune, and there's a drastic difference between when in the culture and the people thinking and the way the city emerged. Pune gives a lot of freshness, and though it is very near to Mumbai, and the impact of Mumbai also being seen here. And moreover, I think I've been there when there was Ganesh Chaturthi celebration, and the all atmosphere was so awesome. So when we were talking about this wonderful city of the world, which is very happening currently now, what kind of art and architecture we really think about when we are talking about Pune city? Is it very similar to Mumbai, or how it is, or Maratha? How you will rate that?
Kanchan, you can see one of the architectural wonders of this city called Aga Khan Palace. And the whole city is dotted with a lot of British-made structures, lot of Maratha times, Maratha Empire times, or Peshwa times architectural pieces, and the whole city is dotted with some ancient structures as well. So this city, from its length and breadth, gives a view of the medieval India, because from this city was taken, granted as a jagir, or what you call it as a fiefdom, yeah, to the grandfather of Shivaji Maharaj by the Ahmednagar Sultanate. And so Ahmednagar Sultanate, the Mughals, the Adil Shahi dynasty, and then the Maratha Empire, then the Peshwas, and then the British, all of this comes to this city, and you can find a very, very nice medley of sorts in the buildings, in the architecture, in the people, the culture, the language, and the soul of each of these smaller, the pieces of historical times can be seen in modern Pune. And it has got ancient times is something which we can only relate through our imagination and seeing some of the relics and monuments. But as you know, I think I can relate from the medieval times, from when it was given as a jagir to the grandfather of Chhatrapati Shivaji, and then between 1600 and 1680, or between 1700, many times this city, which was then called Kasbe Pune, was between the Mughals, the Marathas, and the Adil Shahi dynasty, or the local satraps. And then why I said in the beginning that Pune is our conscious, modern conscious capital, because it was from this city that the Peshwas of Maratha Empire, the Peshwas who carried forward Shivaji's legacy, they actually nailed down the Mughal emperors. And actually, there was a time for, I think, 2 to 3 decades where it felt that the Mughal emperor has been nailed, finished completely by the Marathas, the Bajirao, and the different Peshwas, and different military leaders of that time. So if I think if the British would not have been in picture at that point of time, probably the Maratha Empire would have seen a new Indian subcontinent. It is up to 1818 when the Marathas were very, very powerful across the Indian subcontinent. And the Mughal emperors of those days used to pay the taxes to be protected. So Marathas were the protectorate of the Indian subcontinent. So the legacy, the strength that is there in that history needs to be told, revived, and talked about in the popular mainstream media. Okay, and I think there is enough has been written or talked about it in the Marathi media, Marathi literature, but I think that it is less showcased or written or promoted in the English language or in the Hindi, the popular language of the country. So yeah, Kanchan, Pune is a place where you stand and you think historically important, militarily important. Our National Defense Academy is there, NDA, and it is also culturally very, very active. The kind of activists it has seen, and in the Indian independence movement, its contribution towards that. Then we have industrialists, and recently in this pandemic world, we have known all about Serum Institute of India, Adhar Poonawalla. India is so thankful to Serum Institute and the others who have provided the vaccines to this country. So you see, Pune it cannot be framed into just one or two angles and perceptions. It is steep, deep into the history, the geography, the demographics, the politics, and military strength at the same time. half of the international students who study in India, they study in Pune. Great, isn't it?
Definitely, and personally, I feel when I talk about Pune, it is like a very cute, very progressive city. Now, you had been talking about there's so much of people who have developed this city over the period of time. So let us talk about the demography of this city and how it has done an impact on the modern India.
Kanchan, where to start? We can start in terms of uh, Shivaji Maharaj's time. We can start from the end of the Peshwa reign, those times. We can start from the British times from 1818 to 1947, or we can start after independence of 1947. Each of these phases of Pune city is filled up with people who have done and contributed great things to this region, this city. Peshwa have made around 250 temples in the city. A lot of institutions were opened during that time. I remember Savitri Bai Phule University, and then some other Ferguson College, and nowadays, Symbiosis and others, National Chemical Laboratories are there, Hindustan Aeronautics, and of course, as we mentioned, Serum Institute, and there are more. This city is also a culmination how it developed in the modern, after 1947. It was allowed to develop as an automotive hub for India, so that it can actually, balance the business, automotive business from Chennai, which is our Detroit of India. And then, as there were, some other cosmopolitan areas around the city, the Ond, the Pimpri Chinchwad, and Khadakwasla area, and all of them were brought together slowly, and the regimes allowed it to grow for the industries beyond certain specific ones which were present somewhere in around 60s, and we saw the growth of software technology parks and Viman Nagar, Hinjewadi, Kharadi. These are the areas there you will find almost all IT companies in different sectors. So the working population is also very mixed. The international student scene is very vibrant. And as you mentioned, I definitely agree to the word that cute that you used for this city. This city is really, really cute. While you land in this city on the airport, you really don't feel how big the city is, because the airport is quite small. It is operated by, I think, Indian Air Force or Indian Army. But as you get inside the city, and different areas, communities or localities which are called Pet, Sadashiv Pet, or some other Pet, that is very unique to Pune. And this city never stops, giving you surprises. And also international commune of Osho, Rajneesh, that also grew up from Pune in the 80s, in the early 80s. So this city is something that needs to be not just enjoyed, but revered and brought into our discussions and topics in the mainstream media.
So, what is the place which you like personally, and how you will summarize city in maybe one sentence, Sitish?
IT hub of India, and Pune's contribution in the Indian independence. And the areas that I really like to see and I want people to go and visit, and not just visit, stand there and think, are the places like Dagdu Shet Halwai Ganpati Temple, uh, Pune Okayama Friendship Garden, Shanivar Vada, or chilling at Cafe Pash, Lohgad Fort, Shivneri Fort, where Shivaji was born, and Aga Khan Palace. Walk through the Pune Kasbah, having a relishing, typical Marathi meal, but an Iranian coffee at various Irani coffee joints. And this city never leaves you surprised how it mixes and blends the old with the new, and keeps on ongoing in the modern world, with the youth, with the education, and with its it has got very interesting set of people, the special people, from social reformers, like I mentioned, Savitri Bai Phule, or Jyotiba Phule. And we have in Indian independence struggle, Mahatma Gandhi and Kasturba, they were jailed in the Yerwada prison, and they were prisoned in Aga Khan Palace. In fact, Mahatma Gandhi's ashes are still there in the Aga Khan's palace for the people to visit and pay their respects. From an industrialist point of view, we know Rahul Bajaj, and we know Cyrus Poonawalla and Anu Aga and Baba Kalyani, and many more from there. Similarly, in the music and dance, and we know from in the entertainment, lots of people. And how can I forget my favorite, Pune Film and Television Institute, where I also ventured once, of just thinking that I will get back into this glitzy world of Bollywood. Yeah, so yeah, Pune is endless Pune.
Well, today we have a guest, Syed Hussain, and he's appreciating. He said this place is the heritage place, and he's liking. So, any comments you want to tell him, that any extra you want to tell him, how this place is affected you and when you stayed there?
Feel the place. Feel the place standing in front of this building, which is behind me. It's the place where Shivaji spent his childhood with his mother. Stand there, breathe the air of the Pune, and feel a small place, which today is such a bustling, industrial city, modern city, how it can change the consciousness of a whole subcontinent. Must feel the Pune culture.
Well, it is, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk about the city and know there are few things which will be appreciated by the viewers and they like it. I also really get knowledge about so many places which you have discussed. So we'll be meeting again with other city. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Pune lacks nothing.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm Chandrakant and this is Akul Mac Live, and today we will discuss about the unconscious bias and how does it affect our decisions in our business. And to discuss this, I will be joined by my friend, a very distinguished personality from UK, Mr. Naval Gun. So I'll just take a short break and join back along with the guest. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to the show, and we are looking forward to this great discussion today about unconscious bias. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Unconscious bias. 2 words, my goodness, for a Friday. Bit complicated, you might think, but it's things that we do automatically without even thinking. And we do them automatically because we've experienced them time and time and time again, and that's what we do. What things do you do automatically, CK, without even thinking about it?
Well, I think there are many things, and within my mind, I'm pretty sure that whatever I'm doing is right, no matter what. You know, even if my father tells me to do it, I know for sure that this is right and this is wrong. And sometimes if I think now loud with you, that it can be sort of not very flexible nature, because based on my experience, I have sort of hardened on those decisions. So this is what I feel, Naval. I take decisions all the time.
I mean, it's good you take decisions, but as you say, those decisions have been hardened over time because you do them frequently, and the thing about that is if you do something often enough, you forget what you're doing, like brushing your teeth, like making a cup of tea, like getting out of the same side of the bed every morning. We do this automatically. Let me ask you a simple question, CK. Here you go. Here's one for you. Which sock do you put on first?
Well, that's a good question. Now, if you, well, I have to think about it, Neville, because suddenly I'm blank. Nothing is coming to my mind. But I think one thing I'll tell you is that certain situations are sort of hard-coded in my brain. Things like sometimes are related to people, sometimes it is related to countries, sometimes it is related to religion, but those things are sort of hard-coded within me, and I think some of the decisions are driven from there, and I have no I'm not shying away by admitting that there are some decisions that I take are driven from these biases that I have.
You're absolutely right, CK. And sorry for putting you on the spot again. But when you wake up tomorrow morning, consciously think about which sock you're going to put on first, and then you'll find out. But is that important? No, it's not really. It's irrelevant. You're just putting one sock on after the other. Does it make any difference whether you're putting the left on first or the right on first? Probably not. Frankly, it's just a futile exercise, but it explains exactly what we're talking about here. And you've hit the nail on the head. Biases. Even having a positive bias could be just as negative as having a negative bias if we're not careful. And let's just focus on networking, because this is a huge subject. But let's imagine now we're walking into a networking arena, and there's lots of people in there, and there's someone you've never met before. But you look at them and you think, I don't like that person. You've never met them, but your unconscious bias has taken over. And you will go and avoid talking with that person. And it's as simple as that. Have you ever experienced that in your... I've experienced that in my life, frankly, until I realized what was happening. Have you ever experienced that, or you seen it happen, CK?
Absolutely, Neville. It happens all the time, especially when you're traveling and then you are very cautious. When you're out of your comfort zone, out of your home, and you're traveling somewhere, you're obviously very conscious because you're not aware of the surroundings and you're not very free and you're observing everything. And in that scenario, you will see some people whom you don't like just because you don't like them. So I think there is a bias right away because you just don't like them. That's it. So it happens all the time, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just because you don't like them, you've programmed yourself not to like that type of person. And let's look at the consequences of veering away from that type of person. You could miss a really good conversation with someone who's got a huge amount of experience in a place where you want to go as an organization. They may just be that person that is going to make a difference in your world. But you don't know that because your unconscious bias has kicked in and you say, talk to the hand, don't go anywhere near this person. If they come towards you, turn away and go and talk to somebody else. And these are things we do automatically. And just imagine that happens. And this person that could make a fundamental change in your business, you've now just ignored because you don't like them. Now, that's the worst form of unconscious bias. That's really going to limit your capability because in essence, it's a limiting belief and you need to push that limiting belief to one side. This has happened to me in the past. I can't remember. I'd have to go back some time to remember the last time it happened, but it definitely happened to me. Now let's look at a different consequence. I'm going to look at the antithesis of it. Okay. So in the first example, we were talking about somebody you look at that you really don't like. There's something just not right about that person, and they fit into this part of, I don't want to talk to them. I don't like them. They're not very nice. Now let's flip the coin. What about the other bias? About a characteristic you see in somebody. So for instance, exactly the same room, and you look across the room, there's someone new there, and they smile at you. And you think, oh, they're smiling at me. That seems like a nice person. Have you ever been there, CK?
Well, Neville, let me share something which is happening very frequently for past 1 year because a lot of people are now digitally connected. I have a bias. First of all, let me admit that before I start sharing my experience. There is a bias in me. Now, if some guy, some man appreciates my photograph and makes a heart around it, I automatically generates a bias. You know what I'm talking about. So I think to answer your question, I'm giving a real-time scenario which is happening so frequently past 1 year, where people are sending you heart and the other person is supposed to be a man, and there is a bias in me. I immediately shut off on that conversation.
Yeah, it's common. I mean, the thing is, it's you. I'm not going to be able to change you. But like anything else, we have all these Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, any of these platforms now where you can change the heart emoji to just like, thumbs up, or a gift, or a thank you, or something else. So the platforms have listened to you, CK. But the interesting thing is, not a lot of people know that if they hover over these things, that they can change the emoji. So there's a little bit of an insight. But the thing is, just like the unconscious bias, which is very negative, you've created another unconscious bias, which is incredibly negative, just as negative, by someone smiling at you. Smiling is a universal language, and we all adapt positively to a smile. I mean, that's psychologically proven. When someone smiles at you, you smile back. You're a very rough individual if you don't smile back. You've trained yourself not to smile. which you're a sad person as far as I'm concerned, because we should all smile and laugh. It takes fewer muscles to smile on your face than it does to frown, by the way. There's another throwaway. But we're talking about business now, and you've seen a characteristic in somebody that you like, and you flock to them. And the problem with that is it takes away all of the other characteristics that you're looking for. So just because this person has smiled at you, or they've written an article and you see this person, you think, oh, they wrote a fantastic article. It may not have been them that wrote it. Someone else may have written it for them and they just put their name to it. But the point is, there's something that kicks inside that says, that's a smart person, I want to talk to them. And it could be a complete and utter waste of time. And that's why the unconscious bias in that arena, seeing something really positive out there that you relate to in your past, because that's what bias is. You're relating to something that you've seen before, and the more you see it, the more you relate to it, unless you fight it. And today's program, I suppose, in some respects, is having the mechanisms to fight your unconscious bias, because you could be missing out on opportunities. As we said in the preview to the program, it could be your biggest ally or your biggest enemy. So, biggest ally or biggest enemy, CK? Which one do you think it is with you?
Well, I think it's my biggest enemy, and let me narrate another incident which happens very often. And that is, if you're sitting in a meeting room and you come across a presenter who is starting to give presentation. It's a very normal occurrence. It happens with everybody. It happens with me. And now, since I'm talking to you, I'm opening myself and telling you what I've experienced. So now he'll start from acknowledgement, blah, blah, blah. This is what I am. This is about my company. The A, B, C, D. It goes like a very, very, methodical flow. And for me, it's very boring. My mind is already telling me, hey, I've seen these presentations 1,000 times, maybe 1,000,000 times. Come to the point straight away. So that straight away is a bias. When I think of it, it's a bias. I don't want to listen to his background and his company profile. I'm too eager to jump to what is the context. And that could be a bias within me.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the interesting thing is, as your mind is thinking, get to the point, I've heard this before, you're shutting down. You're not listening to what that person's saying, because you're in your brain, there's someone going, boring, oh, get to the point, yawn. And the thing is, I can see you smiling, and the point is, we all do it. It is probably one of the worst things you could do. But we're humans and we've got unconscious bias. So there are ways we can get around this. We can shut down our unconscious bias by firstly recognizing we have a bias. 100% of what we've got to move to is 95% is being aware of what you actually do. And the other 5% is then easy, because you've done the other thing many times before. So if you've got someone out there that is literally given a presentation and you think you've heard it all before, you can do one of two things. You can switch off completely and go and do something else, or you can listen intently as to, well, even if I've heard it all before, maybe there's a little nugget in here that I wasn't listening to before. Maybe because my brain was saying, boring, heard it all before, not going to learn anything here. If you shut that part of your brain down, and believe you me, it's easy to do when you practice. You can practice it now, I'm going to say boring. And what I want you to do is just to concentrate on not being bored. You ready? Boring, yawn. Said it all before, done this, done that, seen the t-shirt, got the t-shirt, seen the video, cleaning the video. Now, that's all boring stuff, wasn't it? Okay. But if you can actively practice on just listening through it and saying there's going to be something that's going to be important here in a minute, we'll find out what's going on. Now, the interesting thing is, if someone has locked on to that part of this discussion, they may have woken up thinking, what's he on about? What's he saying that for? And that's what we want to be doing. We want to be engaging our thinking brain. And it's as simple as that. We just need to think about what's happening. Have I heard that? Yes. Is it important? Yes, maybe no. Park it. Move on. Keep thinking. We can multitask. Even men can multitask, by the way. It's a myth that men can't multitask. Because in presentations, we do it all the time. We think about what we're going to have for dinner because we're bored, and yet we're still listening because we can't shut our ears off. And it is funny, CK. It is funny, and that's the interesting part about this. You can have fun doing this. Do you remember the days of the bingo card in businesses where there were, 9 sayings or 9 words that someone always says, and then you're actually going to, in a meeting, you're sort of ticking off how many times they've said, this company is futuristic. Oh yeah, another futuristic. We're engaging in our people. Engaging, but that's another one. And we used to play BS bingo, bullshit bingo, we used to call it, because that's what was coming out of the person's mouth. They were just literally repeating something time and time and time again because they liked the sound of their own voice. And the thing is, that's where we've got to get away from. We've got to actually see people for who they are, not who we think they are. And that's where unconscious bias is going to kick in. So the method of today, the moral of today is, don't think you know it all. Throw your unconscious bias out the door, and in a networking environment, go to someone who perhaps isn't smiling and get a smile on their face. There you go. There's your challenge for the day.
Well, it's easier said than done, Neville, because it's an accumulated thing. It could be valuable sometimes. It may not be relevant. It could be total junk. You don't know, but it is still in your mind. And the way we are calling it today, and the subject is very apt. It is unconscious. Things which you don't know that you're doing. For instance, if you I'm an Indian, I have certain way of lifestyle, and if I go to Thailand and I follow my lifestyle in Thailand or any other country, they may think this lifestyle is not what we are looking at. So similarly, when a person from UK comes to India, they can turn into a complete spectacle. So we are all spectacle if we go to a different culture. All of us can be a spectacle when I go to Thailand, or if I go to US or Brazil, because I think that is something unconscious, and we are just doing it because it's there in our mind. For example, let me give an example. If you're in US, the standard hello is how are you, right? That's the standard hello. They don't say good morning, hello. They will keep saying how are you, and they don't even wait for you to respond. I mean, maybe there is another a person like me like to say, hey, yeah, I'm fine, but the other person has moved on because for them it's just howdy, how are you, howdy, and then they just move on. So it's unconscious for Americans, whereas other national may want to seriously consider this as a gesture of responding. So here somebody asked me, how are you? And I am thinking, hey, he's really concerned about my health. I should tell him, oh, I'm fine or I'm not fine. I want to indulge in some discussion, but this person has already moved on because he has this subconscious method of doing things. So easier said than done, Neville. Any last comments on this?
You're right. It's easier said than done, but you've got to start. I mean, it's as simple as that. You need to. The first thing is be aware. So, if you're about to ignore something because you've just seen something you don't like, think to yourself, hang on a minute, is that me just being biased? So you have to be aware of it initially to be able to make the change. And if you're not aware of it, it's never going to happen. So you're always going to do the same thing. Let's look at doing something simple, okay? Because this is about having a habit, okay? Well, let's see how quickly you can break that habit. I wear a wristwatch, and I wear it on my left hand all the time. I never take it off. So here's something everybody could do. If you've got a wristwatch, take it off and put it on your other arm. And then work out when you stop doing that. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, it's over here. Just work out, when you actually stop doing looking at the wristwatch on the left hand and look at it on the right, because you have changed your habit. Now, I've got added advantage here because this is pretty heavy watch. This is not light. Okay. So I can actually feel it now consciously. Okay. Unconsciously, I'm still going to do that. But consciously, I can feel this over here. And the interesting thing is, it won't take you very long. Forget about 21 days to change a habit. It might take you a few hours. It might take you a couple of days. But it will certainly be less than a week, because you're going to be now more aware of it. You're going to say, oh, that's pretty stupid. It's over this side. And you can say that to yourself, okay, because no one wants to be stupid. Okay, no one wants to stick out. But the thing is, only you will know. No one else will know. Especially if you're in an open environment. If you go like that and then go like that, no one's going to even notice. Okay, so that's one little exercise you can do that will see if you can change a habit, and then you can say, actually, it's pretty easy to do. So once you practice one thing, you can go and practice something else. But it is a limiting factor in your personal and business development. And that's really the message of today. Unconscious bias could really negatively affect your business and your business growth. And here's the knock on here. Let's just say that person is a dignitary, very quiet individual, doesn't smile much because it's just not, they're shy. It's not their persona, okay? They're the ones that got the problem, not you. And if you were to go over to them and have a nice, friendly chat, they could be friends for life. And they could open doors for you, even just personally, just to make you feel brilliant, make you feel good, make you feel part of that person's network. But you'll miss that opportunity because of your unconscious bias. So there is a moral here, particularly in the business world. Put your unconscious bias to one side and get on with it. Because if you don't, you're missing an opportunity. Who knows where that opportunity will take you? Fascinating discussion. We tried to wrap it up in a fairly short period of time. There are so many examples of unconscious bias in our life. Listeners can put in comments about where their unconscious bias has taken them, how it's affected them. And the point is, a lot of people don't even know they've got one. But you have. And now to find out is, what is it? What does it do? Is it really helping you? Because it could be helping, but the likelihood is it probably isn't. So fantastic discussion today, CK. It's a huge arena, and it really will tell us more about who we are than who other people are.
Naval, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and giving so much wisdom about this very important subject. I think the message is your subconscious bias can make you a successful person in life, but the same subconscious bias can also make you a failure. It depends on the situation. So I think it is important for all of us to understand what is our unconscious bias. So I think we should spend some time understanding our personality. And I think we are running a series. If you have an opinion, you can share with us and we can come back on the same subject, because this is a very big subject. We cannot finish off in 30 minutes. So if you write to us, we can bring that particular subconscious bias as a discussion point in future. Naval, thank you so much. And I will catch up with you next week, same time. You have a nice weekend.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we are taking you to another beautiful destination. So stick around to this episode till the end to know more about this tourist destination. Welcome back, and today we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who is a well-traveled person. He's an IT professional. He's closely related to radio broadcasting. So without wasting any other further moment, I would like to welcome him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hello, Kanchan. Once again, this week, would like to travel with you to another beautiful, beautiful destination within our Indian Ocean, somewhere on the eastern peninsula of the East Africa, in the Ethiopian waters, somewhere nestled between the Mauritius, the Reunion Islands, and the Madagascar. The scenic, the beautiful, and breathtaking Seychelles, Kanchan. I'm sure you have heard about it.
Yes, I am so eager to really visit this place. It's a wonderful place, and this particular city and country is in the list of my itinerary. Maybe when I will plan, I will definitely go to the city. But I would like to know more about it. So tell me about this wonderful place.
Well, Kanchan, this is part inside the archipelago island country within the Indian Ocean, not very far from Mauritius and not very far even from Madagascar in the Ethiopian waters. And this is a place, Seychelles, which I had a chance discovery on my way to South Africa in one fine year. And this is a place I realized, and I then traveled, and then I studied about it. I met the people, and it became a destination which I would like to go again with my friends, with my family. And this is a place which can take so much beauty within it. It is almost indescribable. And if you see on the world's one of the most visited places in the Lonely Planet Guide, and so many celebrities have visited this place. In fact, some of them have celebrated their honeymoon also. So not to tell you more in the beginning, this is a place which can basically bring so much emotions of wise, long-looking islands. And the interesting part is this is just 455 kilometers, square kilometers place. In so many islands, I'm told 115 islands, Kanchan. So you can think that some islands would not be even 2 square kilometers as well. So Victoria is the capital, Mahe is the largest island, And interestingly, Kanchan, the name of the president suddenly brought back so much interesting connections with India, because the president is Vavel Ram Kalawan. And when I looked into it, Kanchan, his grandfather belonged to Bihar.
Well,
That's
yeah, well, you know that even I heard that Seychelles currency is also called Seychelles rupee. So something which is very, I feel so connected with that place, and I would also like to know about the history, how this place became so wonderful, and everybody wants to go to this at least once in lifetime.
well, Kanchan, around 1700s, let's not go back very, very long back, around 1700s, 1800s. This was a place which was visited by the colonial masters' ships, the British ships, the Portuguese ships, the French ships, and they used to stop at these islands, the bigger islands, and they used to refuel or relax. And that's how these modern, wonderful islands were discovered. And therefore, the influence of Eastern African countries, influence of Christianity, Protestant, Hindu, Muslim, and this is the language is Creole, Seychelles Creole, and of course English and French is a impactful language in the island nation. Interestingly, the visa of Seychelles is a very, very powerful, or not visa, the passport of Seychelles is very powerful. And, the GDP of this country is almost like a $15,000 per year, which also showcases that this country is very rich despite being in an island country. And interesting part of this is, Kanchan, in 2020, the population of this country stands somewhere around 95 or 96,000 people only. And this is something which is so wonderful. Mostly these kind of places are only dependent on tourism, which Seychelles is also. But apart from tourism, they have a good, spice trade, cinnamon trade, coconut trades. Coconut is also called copra over there. Copra is also, it is called in India, some places in copra. So this country is a very futuristic country, and it is, you must visit it. And I had a chance to see it, and I must recommend it.
Right. What are the places apart of the main place, Seychelles? And I also want to know about the art and architecture of this place.
Well, Kanchan, from the tourist destinations, as you can see from the images that I am putting, the islands, the lush green islands, the marine biology, National Botanical Garden, Aldabra Atoll, Mont Blanc, Moyenne Island, and Victoria, which includes the Seychelles International Airport on the Mahe Island, the Victoria Market, and Seychelles National Botanical Gardens. So this country seems to be very, very laid back, and very friendly with the tourists, and lot of things to see, specialized high luxury resorts, and of course water sports, which I am not very fond of because of my freak accident prone nature, but I enjoy. And there is a small flights, some of the islands you can take a 1 hour flight, and you can just circle around those big islands, and you can go closer and see and come back. There are ferries, and there are water sports, and some of the very, very large tortoise that I could see. And Kanchan, that is something which is wonderful in this country. From arts and architecture, you can see it has a colonial architecture, but it also has got a very distinct, East African influences. It also has got some Indian influences, as you can see a Hindu temple over there. And this country is full of promise, full of luxury. You can see some image of a very, very luxurious resort, Kanchan. And I figured out that I can't stay here with my, even 10 years of my expenses, earnings. So Kanchan, this is wonderful. And from a food point of view, there is a connection again from the Indian connections. So lentils, which is called dhal, Dhall, which is very popular, and of course, seafood is definitely going to be popular because of the connection with the Indian Ocean. But there are 68 schools in the whole country. That's interesting. And I mean, most important thing that comes back to me is how they have maintained the relationships with the global world, and they're part of United Nations, and Air Seychelles is their flagship carrier, but they are connected to rest of the world by various other airlines. From India, they have a special connection, Kanchan, where I have read that Hindustan Aeronautics has given them certain flights, certain aircraft to do observations around all their islands, and there is a great support from Indian establishment in terms of their security in the Indian Ocean, and they respect about it, and that goes without saying that as you said, Seychelles currency is Seychelles rupees, SCR, and SCR is also really good. It is it's almost equivalent to South African rand today.
Well, you mentioned about the food, and now I would like to ask you: this is a place where vegetarian can survive well? How it is? What are the dishes this place offers?
Well, Kanchan, being an island nation on the shores of Indian Ocean, the blue waters, it is a foodie's delight, especially from the seafood. But as I said, there is an Indian population also there. You saw our Indian temples picture as well, and of course, and I mentioned about dhal. I don't know why it is not called dal, but it is called dhal. Dhall. It's a mix of lentils. So, I mean, you can have rice and dal together and some sauce. They make a very special sweet called ladog, a very special dessert. And of course, there is a lot of mix with the East African cuisine, the French cuisine, and of course, British cuisine is also there. So I think you will not have a problem with that. And if you have problems sometimes, Kanchan, you can eat bread and butter, I believe.
Yes, definitely. That is the last option. Now, how much time is required to really enjoy this place? How much time we should spend to really see all the places in Seychelles?
My advice to anyone who is traveling or to any island country, especially Seychelles, don't go for hopping it in few days, 4 days, 5 days, but try to go and stay there, get the feel of it, enjoy, relax, reflect, think, shoot, dive, be with the nature, and then come back. So to looking at Seychelles, I can say you must have a plan for at least 1 week to be there. But again, international tourism is expensive. So people go to Seychelles, they try to go to Mauritius, but Mauritius becomes a separate entity, a separate itinerary in itself. So Maldives, but I would still say, it is good to visit there for at least 1 week's time, so that one can enjoy not only the scenic beauty, but the people, the culture, the food, the history, and how a society, a culture has survived for so many centuries. I'm told that this used to also be, outpost of the, pirates in the Ethiopian waters. They used to come there for relaxing, sometimes even to hide out. But thanks to the Commonwealth, which is Seychelles is part of the Commonwealth. It has got an international attention, and there are a lot of interests in that area from the international waters. Nearby, there are some British islands as well, still managed by the British, and Seychelles is well connected between Africa, between Asia and Europe. I'm sure for the US, one would have to change it from the Gulf countries, a layover, what they call. And I'm very, it's a highly recommended place, country.
Well, as you said, it has a long history, and I think this is a place of cosmopolitan, because you can find every person and visiting this place. So what kind of cultural and heritage concept Seychelles is having?
Well, Kanchan, as I said, it has Seychelles. They call themselves Seychellois or Seychellois in the Creole language. So the culture is around nature. The culture is around their geography. The culture is from the sea, and it gets its support from the religion part of the mix of with the people over there. Uh, as I said, it has got a very it got its independence somewhere in 1970s, if I believe, from the British system. But then again, it was a single party system in Seychelles for a very long time, till such time when the current president, Bavel Ram Kalawan, I'm so proud of saying that, became the president of the island nation. And, then it becomes a multi-party democracy with the parliament, and it is flourishing. Sometimes it feels that just with 96,000 people, you can still run a country, and that too so beautifully. It is of great pride for the Seselva people, as I know.
Well, when we're talking about the tourist destination, and Seychelles stops on water sports and water activities. So what are those activities which Seychelles offer, and we should plan it when we are going there?
As I said, Kanchan, I try to keep away from the extreme adventure or extreme sports. Especially around the water, inside the water. So but I'm very good in seeing the islands from the flight, which I had chance to see. From I wanted snorkeling, but again, I really couldn't gather the courage. So water sports, water skiing, snorkeling, and even seeing it small, kind of a small, very 5-seater plane, seeing the islands, touring them. So, and visiting National Botanical Garden, that is something which was like trip down the lanes, seeing so many flora and fauna in the island nation. and Mahe, the biggest island, and the Victoria market. Victoria is the capital. Yeah, and you know how Indian tourists feel so nice being in a crowded market and trying to buy some small things and coming back to the hotel and then trying to feel that, oh, I got this in a bargain and a discount. But probably that is not the case. But it's nevertheless a very, very interesting and a beautiful journey. Kanchan.
Well, it was so wonderful to really know about this place since you have visited and you've been a part of that place. Now, I would like to summarize this place maybe in one sentence. How you will say and how will you praise this place and initiate other people to really visit?
Seychelles is the world's leading country to protect lands for the threatened species, territory for conservation, giant tortoise, you know, species such as chestnut flanked white eye, Seychelles parakeet, saltwater crocodile, you know, and that is something one must go and see how this nation has kept the environmental issues always in its forefront. So there was some time a market economy which was based on the trade of cinnamon, coconut, and other things, plantation, which is banana. But then now it is mostly tourism. And, you know, I feel that once places are so much dependent on tourism, it makes them, you know, sensible to protect the nature just for the tourists to come and see a part of. But I also had a great, you know, very innate feeling, Kanchan, standing on one of the islands. I could feel that someday if the sea water rises because of this global warming, what will happen to those islands? And this is true for all the islands in that region: Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, Comoros Islands, Reunion, all of them. And therefore the world needs to think about these pristine, beautiful islands and protect them, Kanchan.
Well, before all this happens, I think we should plan this visit very, very early so that we can enjoy the place. And yeah, of course, we have to work towards a natural conservation and global warming, which is happening. I think that is a far greater issue, and not only the governments, but I think community should also think about it. But yes, by talking to you, I have come to one conclusion that we have to plan, at least I have to plan to go Seychelles as early as possible. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. Any last thoughts?
Kanchan, you will visit Seychelles and you will call me and say thank you for recommendation. That's all.
Definitely, I look forward, because for that I have to really visit and travel to Seychelles. So I'm looking forward. And as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you, and we'll meet again with some other wonderful city of the world. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Bye bye, Kanchan.
Hello, friends. This is Akul Mac Live, and I'm your friend Chandrakant. Today, there has been a spectacular news which is related to business, which is Tesla decided that they will allow other electric vehicle to be charged in their charge station.
I think this will have a very huge implications with regard to opportunities, and this is exactly what we will discuss today in our show. To discuss this opportunity, I will be joined by a very senior, very eminent speaker from UK. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be back along with my guest in a moment. Welcome back, friends. And today, as I had promised, we have a very interesting discussion just coming up with our guest, Mr. Neville Gund, who is joining us from UK. Welcome to the show, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we've got an interesting discussion today, and it's about progress. It's about changing from being a petrol head to being a silent running vehicle. So I wonder if any of you can guess what that is. We'll put you out of your misery. It's about electric vehicles and something new today in the news, I hear, from India. CK, why don't you share it with everybody?
Well, I think more than the news, the whole idea is about diversification. I think that is the key here, because Tesla has decided to create a network of charging points, charge station, and open their charge stations for any electric vehicle. So I think their technology of charging their vehicle is now getting into higher segment where they are diversifying, so that all other electric vehicles, even their competitors, can charge their vehicles from their charge points.
Well, that's, as you say, diversification. I mean, this is, to me, it's called collaboration. So all of a sudden, so rather than Tesla being in the monopoly, saying this is mine and only our vehicles can use it, and the reason only our vehicles use it because you need a special plug. But now, of course, it's a universal plug. It's a universal socket that people can then plug into. Now, people will hear me talk about collaboration all the time. Now, I think this is a very smart move by Tesla. I think this is a move whereby saying you may not be able to afford a Tesla, but you know what? You can come to a Tesla charging station. So all that means is that the word Tesla, the name Tesla, the brand of Tesla is still firmly in your mind. What do you think of that?
Neville, this move of Tesla will trigger a new age of diversification, because it's not as simple as, allowing other people's car to come and, hey, come over and charge in my Tesla charge station. It's about diversification. It's basically going beyond Tesla vehicles and making revenue for his company using the charge solution as a platform. So that is why this is a remarkable move by Tesla, where the age of diversification into electric vehicle arena, also some sort of co-branding, some sort of loyalty plans that may come out with. So who knows what they have in mind, but I think it looks like from business point of view, this is a great move.
Oh, absolutely. And you mentioned the diversity you're going to need. So it's not just the fact that it's now a universal plug-in, which, as I say, I think is a very smart move, because the Tesla brand will be everywhere. But more importantly, what do you think about Tesla entering the world of fintech, if they're not there already? I mean, why wouldn't they create their own credit card? For instance, in the UK, we have lots of loyalty cards. In the US, you're inundated with your loyalty cards. You open your wallet and you've got one bank card and about 40 shop cards. Here, you tend to have one or two shop cards, but the loyalty arena is going to play huge dividends, I think. And it's not beyond the world of imagination where Tesla will actually create their own loyalty card. Buy 500 kilometers worth of electricity and get 10% free. It's and how do you do that? Well, you need our loyalty card, and of course it can be digital. So literally you sign up online, and as you plug in your vehicle, you put your PIN number in and off you go. So all of a sudden, Tesla now know about where you're traveling, what your vehicle relationship is, how often you're charging your vehicle. And guess what? Maybe they'll become the Amazon of the EV world. They'll say, well, while you're traveling, why don't you snack on this? And you can pick it up at this power point, at this charging point. I mean, we're waxing lyrical here. This is two old guys thinking about where this technology is going to go. But this is not beyond the realms of imagination, is it? This is one small step for mankind, or for man, one huge leap for mankind, I think. Didn't someone say that before?
I think, Naval, this is very true, because Tesla, Mr. Elon Musk is already playing with cryptocurrency. And believe it or not, the Indian central government has announced that they will launch their own cryptocurrency, because there has been a lot of debate on that. So who knows, Tesla may say that, hey, I'll collect money in cryptocurrency on my charging station. So I think that would be the first point when they can integrate. And you mentioned about loyalty cards. I think there are a lot of cross branding, cross selling solutions possible. You can generate points and exhaust those points elsewhere in a mall. So things like that. I think there is this will open up the whole new ball game of having a very intelligent Amazon type of dashboard available to the users of electric vehicles.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, we're just scratching the surface here, but you have to think about long term. You have to think about what happens after you've created this charging station. And we've only got to look at a gas station. When a gas station opens, it sells gas. No, it doesn't. It sells lots of other things as well. And not just things that are relevant to the vehicle itself. So I remember the good old days. My goodness, we're going to go trip down memory lane here, where you would go into we call them petrol stations over here, not gas stations, where you go into a petrol station and someone used to put the petrol in for you. They call it in America, they call it a full service. And it still happens in some places in America. When I've been there, not too recently, you can get a full service, and they'll clean your windscreen, and they'll clean your back window, and they'll clean your side mirrors. And all of a sudden you feel as though you're a customer, not digitally putting your number into a keypad to see if your credit rating is good enough to pump gas. And the other thing is, of course, as I said, remember the good old days of you could also buy oil, antifreeze, anything that was relevant to the vehicle. But you could also get a snack. You could also get a drink. And in days, probably, I would say maybe 10 years ago, they introduced the happy snack. So a meal, a meal on the go. So it was a sandwich, crisps, and a drink, all for one particular price. So you can see where this is going. I mean, just look at your service stations currently. Just look what's in there, even down to payment. You go into a Shell garage here. We should charge Shell for this, probably. We should get some royalties. If you go into a Shell garage and you give them your loyalty, the first thing I ask you is, have you got your Shell card? Because it's a loyalty card. And then if you say no, they say, would you like one? So even the kiosk operators are upsellers. They're the best salespeople out there. They are upselling all the time. And that's what can be done here. So I'm really interested in seeing what's going to happen with the Tesla arrangement. And of course, if Tesla's smart, and I'm sure Elon Musk is a pretty smart individual, as we've seen in the past, he'll be lots of co-branding. He'll be bringing in McDonald's, and with the drones, my guess is while you're charging your vehicle, a drone will deliver your McDonald's. or your Burger King, or your Big Mac, whatever it's going to be. I'm sure they'll do deals with them, and of course, it will be that pop-up type arena. Of course, will be before the car drives itself. So, in the end, I think driving a car will be quite boring. It'll be literally just getting in a taxi and say, take me to your leader, and we'll see what happens. But let's say we're just waxing lyrical here, as usual, CK. Any thoughts on where you think this might go? What opportunities for people to talk to the Tesla brand, maybe?
Well, in the SFO, where I have actually driven a Tesla car from LA to SFO, there are numerous charging stations. There are huge area which are blocked by Tesla, where you can plug in your car and go and enjoy your McDonald's or whatever you want to have. So there is a whole lot of services which are already available in Tesla charging station. And you mentioned about full service. So Indians are used to full service, because I don't think we will ever pay for cleaning your screen or filling my petrol in the car. So whenever we go, even today, you're talking about old days, but even today, I think my expectation is that if I go into a petrol station, I will get petrol. I will also get my windscreen cleaned. And therefore, if that is a business Tesla is now entering, where there will be a charge, they have to understand the psychology of Indians, because I think there are a lot of freebies Tesla will need to bring in. So it's not only cross-selling, co-branding, there has to be some freebies, something linked for future sales, a free nitrogen top up in your tires. So I think it's a whole Monty, I would say.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it literally is going to be, you drive up to this place and you throw the person your keys and you take a ticket. But of course you won't take a ticket, because you've done it digitally before you get there. It knows when you're going to be arriving down to the second. It actually, even knows your name. And you literally don't have to throw them the keys, because you've allowed them temporary access through your PIN code. So that's the world we're living. And, I look forward to it, to be honest with you, because anything that makes life easier for us, can only make it better, can't it?
Well, the interesting thing is, as part of the billion pounds agreement between India and UK, I think there is a lot of technology which is flowing into India, because India is being a very big consumer market. And there has been an EV agreement as well. I'm not aware. I don't remember the exact details right now, but I think I have read that there is an agreement with regard to transfer of technology with regard to EV from UK to India. So I think this space is really heating up, Neville, and we will stick around and keep following whatever the development is. But for today, the charge stations of Tesla will be able to charge other manufacturers' electric vehicle. That's a big news.
It is the big news, and see what happens. And the nice thing about it is, the more we get into this EV arena, the more we reduce the carbon footprint, the better it is for everybody. So I'm looking forward to it. My next vehicle will definitely be all electric. Be honest with you, I don't even think I'm going to have much of a choice, because the government has said past 2025 there won't be any petrol cars. So watch this space. CK, as ever, been great speaking with you this morning. Enjoy your day. It looks like the clouds are moving behind you, so keep out of the rain.
Certainly, Neville, and you also have a good day. We will catch up tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies, and I'm in company of very senior professional, a global player who joins us today, Ian Moyes, Chief Revenue Officer of OneUp Sales. He joins us from London, and we will talk about very interesting subject. But before that, let me invite Ian.
Hi, everyone. I'm pleased to be here, and hopefully we're going to have a meaningful conversation that will give you some insight and some value in your time spent listening.
It will be a pleasure, Ian. And think one big problem that everyone has, and people like you and me, we have to handle a lot of distributed workforce across the world. And the challenge that all of us are facing, all the chief executives and all the leaders across the world are facing, that how they manage the workforce, that is one, and how they keep the workforce motivated. And since you work globally with so many organizations, with so many leaders, what is your opinion on this issue that we have?
Yeah, sure. And it's a challenge that was thrown on all of us, right? But before COVID, um, there was a mixed opinion on remote working. So we had many people already doing it, remote working, getting on with it. But often they were in certain roles. So, for example, territorial-based salespeople were often in this game anyway. Nothing's changed. They were remote working. They were out on the road with customers, and they periodically would come to an office. So for those, the role and the behaviour type may have been ingrained in them for years. The real challenge has been those other, particularly back office people who previously were hired to be in an office. How many people would have hired a finance team or a support team previous to this on the basis of hiring remote workers? There are some, but most companies, even the high tech, leaders in the workspace and the most innovative, had a physical space or multiple physical spaces. They wanted that team camaraderie. They wanted people to learn from people through osmosis. The people sat around them. They wanted to drive motivation through a leader walking the floor. The old management by walking around. So not many had thought about what would happen if we were all put into this situation for obvious reasons. And I think that the thing to contend now is how has behavior changed, and how does it need to change in leading teams? Whether that team is small or large, how are you behaving in engaging with those individuals and managing them? And one of the behaviors I've seen and had discussions around is typically people metricize this. So you look for metrics that are easy to measure, KPIs, for example, and that you can visibly see in systems. So people will look in their CRM for how many calls has someone made today, or what activity have they created? Are they being active? And this is one of the first areas I challenge people, that activity is not necessarily productivity. Activity does not, by definition, have a direct correlation to the outcome. There is a difference between correlation and causation. What you want is activity that causes the right outcome, but doesn't just show you that someone's busy. So it's very difficult, because what I've seen is leaders looking at the activity in a system and then using the stick approach to pick up on an individual of, well, you're not doing enough calls, it doesn't seem like you're working up, putting enough activity in. And there's a real danger in leadership and management that you will interact with your team, with your employee, in a different way that stems from suspicion. Right? If you suspect they're not putting the effort in, how are you going to address that? And that's the hard piece, particularly now it's remote. Because in an office, you'll see that behavior. The individual around their colleagues will probably feel that behavior themselves, right? If that individual slacks off for a 2-hour lunch, if that individual is easing back and not putting the effort in, maybe not, in a work environment, it would probably be a conscious thing. You can feel that's happening because you can see people busy around you. If you've stood at the water cooler having a chat for 2 hours, people are seeing you. There is a sort of self-policing aspect. If you're at home How many, you don't have a camera on watching everyone the whole time, right? It's inappropriate. You've got to trust the behavior of individuals to be getting on with their job. How do you know they are? How do they know they are is an interesting question. They may be slacking. What if they're working at 70%, 60%, 30% of normal, but they've slowly evolved into that behavior and they don't realize themselves because they haven't got visibility of colleagues around them. They haven't got the buzz of the office of what's going on. You know, there'll be some metrics in your systems, whether they be CRMs or ticketing systems or what they've been, but do they have visibility of how they compare and contrast to the people around them? Do they know actually they're doing the least effort per day out of a team of 10, 30 people, whatever it is? People don't want to be letting people down by the nature of it, but at home they have more distractions. So it's a different environment. It's something we've not had to deal with before. And it's very easy for a leader or manager to fall into miscreant behaviors, you know, using the stick instead of the carrot, using the negative. And does a manager, you know, I ask myself this, do I really want to spot someone who isn't behaving in the right way, is letting the team down? That is a difficult call. What do? Do I call them in the afternoon and say, look, you're letting it, it's an uncomfortable call for me, you know, and it's an uncomfortable call for that individual, particularly when they may say, well, I didn't know, I had no intention, and it all feels bad. It's one of those difficult conversations. So I think we need to look at, you know, a number of factors. How the individual, do you understand the individual situation of that team member? Because they may have specific challenges today that you need to appreciate, depending if they're homeschooling, depending if their partner is in the medical services, having to do things differently than they were before, work extra hours. What is their situation? And then understand what is the behavior you should be able to expect from them still. Because after all, you're still paying them. You know, whilst we're all in a difficult situation, they still have a role to deliver to. And if they're not delivering, what impact does that have on the people around them? That's the other aspect. If one person or two people out of a team are being allowed to not perform, does that create extra work for the others? Do the others have visibility or feeling of that? And how does it make them behave? Does it make them feel, well, if they can do it, I can do it? So it's not we're not in an easy place right now for any leader or manager in terms of the people. And I think the people is the hardest piece we're having to deal with.
Yes, and actually, these are very real problems. In fact, all of us are facing it, and there are tools available in the market which companies like us, small companies, can invest in, and there are VPNs to measure the time. But I'm sure what the point that you're making is very relevant. You know, we can build all the systems, but the humane side is something that we need to reconsider, because nowadays we are also getting exposed to the personal home affairs of our employees, right? Because
Yeah.
in the video we can see, like you mentioned, the partners may be busy and these guys are doing babysitting while working also. So what is the solution, Ian? I think now we have identified the issue, how we can tackle it.
Yeah, so I think there's a number of things. I think one is let me give you some examples of the things you can do. One is think about doing regular team calls. You know, perhaps doing a morning huddle. Think what works for you and your team and the size of the team. But some of the behaviors I've seen and talked to people that are working well, and many people have adopted this, is, you know, are you having, for example, a morning call every morning for 15 minutes where everyone jumps on that's available, and it isn't about jumping on and checking the metrics, etc. It's about having a chat. It's having a coffee. It's that behavior you have when you go into the office, where you also have morning, oh, what did you do last night? That sort of thing. Is just creating that camaraderie so they don't feel isolated. So it's the people piece. Or, you know, the other way you can do that is do a beginning of the week and end of the week. Just think what works for your team, but something where you bring the team together. So that's number one. Two is thinking about touching base with the team members. And I do this with my team and have done this over the whole COVID. but not in a way that is isolating the individual. What I mean by that is have a legitimate reason to touch base. Now, it might be they're working on a particular customer opportunity or a customer problem or a particular project. Have a reason you want to touch in with them and talk about something of that. And part of that conversation, you can easily then ask, how are you getting on? How's it been this week? And this sort of thing, rather than you call them to have that conversation of how you doing. Well, guess what? If that's why you're calling me, you go into a sort of a programmed answer. So it should be part of the normal work environment that you are regularly finding a reason to call them for a business reason, not just to check in on them, because that becomes they know what you're calling for, right? You're talking about something else, and part of the conversation is that warm part of, and how are you finding it the past few days? Is this project keeping you busy? You can make it part of a more natural conversation and more genuine. The other thing you can consider is for those individuals that you feel may be struggling is having a conversation with them. Look, I need some help on something. I've got a particular project that I'm working on as a leader. Could you take part of it off my plate? Make them feel wanted and needed with sub-special projects. That's outside their normal remit, maybe stretches them a bit, but maybe makes them feel more valued. The other thing to look at is what metrics you're looking at of the behavior. Because as you rightly say, there are tools to do this. What I've seen is a lot of people just use pure tools that the manager looks at, CRM stats around how many calls they've made, or how many new opportunities they've created, how many tickets they've closed, etc. And that's really me as a manager looking at that and looking at an individual's performance. And if it isn't good enough, what do you do? Bring the stick in. One of the things you can do there, and it's a little bit slanted towards what we do at OneUp, but is you can, on top of CRM data, very easily, you can present that data to those employees in a more interesting way. And a lot of people have been turning this on during COVID, is gamifying that data. Because you've already got the data, is representing it in a way that all of those employees see it in a very friendly manner, gamified. So for example, you might have 5 or 6 metrics that a particular team it's important to have that they're behaving right and creating activity around those metrics, because that is the cause of the outcome you want. If they're not making calls, they're not following up, they're not creating opportunity, or whatever they're not doing these things, we know we're not going to get the successful outcome. Well, easy, put some points around those things, present a leaderboard, and have something on a screen that you can display to all of them, even remotely, which during the day keeps them up to date on how they're doing against their peers. So it makes it a bit of fun as well, right? There's no problem with having a bit of fun at work on work factors. So we've seen a lot of people use this to gain, it's about marginal gains. You don't have to take someone working at home and double their performance and output, but if you can get a 5 or 10% gain through simple things such as this, presenting it, making it a bit competitive, and letting them know where they stand, and let everyone can see, oh crikey, Joe's at top of the leaderboard today. I'm gonna beat him tomorrow. Driving that, because then it becomes self-motivation. It doesn't need you calling them to say you're falling behind. They can see it all the point during the day. They can see where they're at. My kids are gamified, right? They're doing learning online at the moment, and if they see someone in their class is a bit ahead, they put a bit more effort in and put a few more hours in to do it, rather than me standing over them saying, you need to do another hour of this maths. Which one would you prefer? The individual doing it themselves, or which manager wants to micromanage and call people and prompt them and tell them? So there's simple things you can do to gamify the data you've already got that you can turn on very, very quickly and create a bit of fun in the team that wasn't there before.
I think this is a fantastic idea, Ian. I think I think I've never heard this before. Gamify your performance itself. So I have one question. Do you
Sure.
have some Excel-based model, or are there any tools available to do this? Because to be imaginative also will take a lot of time for people like us. If it is something
Yeah,
ready-made available, I can use it simply.
Yeah, it's a bit biased because it's what we do at OneUp Sales. We have a very simple cloud-based tool that you turn on, and it will suck data from lots of different systems very easily the data you've already got and just gamify it for you and make it pretty on screens with nice images. The users can even put their own photos in, and if you wish, put their own sounds in, so that if they do something that makes it successful, you know, they close the most tickets there. Whatever you decide is something to be celebrated, it can create an alert with their sound and their picture on the screen, telling everyone, wow, look how this individual did today. So yeah, we've got a tool that does that. That's very easy. And the beauty of it is, this isn't a big decision for people to make, but it really means something to your employees. And for the managers, it means you don't have to micromanage. It creates self-motivation in people on a daily and hourly basis. It shouldn't be once a week you check in, look at the metrics, and then go, you're not doing good enough. That doesn't cause corrective behavior. If someone can see all the time how they're performing against their peers, you know, in the office you could see it, but if you could see it now remotely, wouldn't that be interesting? That you start going, oh, I need to do a bit more today now because I can see I'm third place, I'm fifth place. I want to be up there today. And you start behaving, and it's self-adjusts. It's such a wonderful thing to see.
So what is the input for this data? You know, how the measurement will get into the system to make sure that the grading happens?
Yeah, so the way we do it, we suck the data from your CRM system automatically. So it's pretty easy. All you have to decide as a business is what data needs to be measured that you want to be represented. we link it so it sucks that data in automatically. So we're automatically checking for that data and pulling it in. So you don't then have to do anything. There's no manual. You can manually upload spreadsheets and do data. You know, you can do, but you don't really want to be doing that, because now you've created someone a job of doing this. And the key thing about gamifying data is it needs to be up to date. People need to trust the data and see it very simply. And then you just yourselves go, how do I want to represent this? And here's a really interesting thing. It isn't just about people playing against people. You can have teams against teams, and you can have different size teams with it automatically balancing it. So if you've got a team of 6 people against 10, it automatically makes it fair and balances the metrics that it's like you've got 10 against 10 competing. So it gives more points relatively to the 6 appropriately, so that if they did the same behavior, fair outcome. So it's a great thing for driving team behavior, team targets, individual targets and behavior. And you can even have it that people can challenge each other. Wouldn't it be great? I'm sat here right now. I want to challenge Bob, who's the other side of the country, but in my team. I want to challenge him today to do more calls than me. I want to challenge him today to close more tickets than me, create more opportunities, whatever it is. I can issue that challenge as an individual. I don't need to go to management. I can start doing it myself and getting the team to compete with each other. And we all do it. We all live in a gamified world, in our consumer world. We all have applications that give you points and you get badges for it. You know, if you do Salesforce training online, you know, training systems, learning management systems are typically gamified, and you earn badges for each level you get to, and it drives self-motivated behavior. It works scientifically and psychologically. Gamification drives the right behaviors within people across the world. Why wouldn't we do this in business?
In fact, while you were speaking, you know, I was trying to apply it to my own company, and it gave me an idea. You know, why can't we make the dashboard itself as a screensaver for everyone? So whenever you look at your screen, you know exactly which team is doing better and which is not doing better.
Yeah.
And then it will inculcate the ideas of you know, competing between teams. And then if a team leader is prudent, and if he wants to basically compete with another team somewhere in some other city, he will exactly know which is the individual bringing his team score down, and then they will fix that point. So I think it's very interesting. How do we get access to this, Ian?
Sure. So by all means, two ways. One is, thank you for giving me that opportunity. One is come to oneupsales.co.uk, or by all means, come to me individually at ianmoyse.co.uk. That will take you to my LinkedIn profile, and by all means, engage with me personally, whether it be you just want to have some questions or guidance on this, or you're actually interested in a technology to help facilitate.
Amazing. Because so far what we have done is, and we were thinking that we have nailed the problem. I'll tell you exactly what we have done. We have actually migrated all our employees to something called virtual office, and to give more personal time to each other. So like in the real world in 2019, we used to call each other for a cup of coffee. So we still do that, but we actually create a breakout rooms and we bring each other, individual coffees. The other person will bring his coffee, I'll bring my own coffee, and then we have coffee together. So up to that level we have done that. But I think you're talking about a next level, because you're now talking about using the digital world to automatically propel in the forward direction. So I think it's amazing. It's very, very
Thank you.
interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm sure a lot of viewers who are watching this may be interested in reaching out to you and leveraging this whole gamification concept. If there are ready-made tools available, they will like to access it. I'm sure a lot of viewers may be interested in doing this.
Super. Thank you. Look forward to hearing from some of you.
Right. Ian, it was a great pleasure talking to you today, and we will find some other great opportunity to discuss something else. But I think today's subject about
Thank you.
how to motivate your employees while managing them remotely using gamification as a concept is really, really mind blowing. So thank you very much for sharing this with us.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
So see you next time, Ian. Take care, and we will catch up soon. Bye bye.